Hello everyone, and welcome back to Loton Park for what will be the second part of second practice. So we have a couple of batch to go through before practice to finish the day. We've got Liam Cooper in this beautiful Force TA car that shared with Olivia Cooper, who will be running just later on in this. This is a shared car. Liam Cooper already through the keepers and the Cedar Straight, pushing hard into the entry of Fallow. We've got Andy Green in the Empire Evo 3. So we are currently running in Class J2. This is racing cars over 1100cc up to 1600cc. Always a very competitive class, where you want to keep an eye on David Wilburton, number 9. That means he finished 9 last year in the British Hillclimb Championship, and he has been pushing real hard to keep that number. Currently standing 10th in the championship. Andy Green already through museum and having quite a lot of oversteer coming out of museum through the finish line of 47.17 for the Empire Evo. Neil Cole's already through the entry of keepers, going fairly slow speed from the look of it, from what I can see on the camera. But it looks like to have picked up the pace, probably missed a gear or something. It looks to 88 miles an hour, so going well for Neil. All going through museum. I'm joined in the commentary box here at Loton at Triangle by the great Owen Cool.
I'm great? What am I great at? Okay, hello, afternoon, and welcome to Loton Park. I believe we are actually live streaming this afternoon, so if you're wondering what's going on, jump over to HillClimb.TV on YouTube and catch all the action. We've got sun's out, pretty good temperatures air temp wise for power for the cars. So yeah, so we're partway through, excuse me, what happened for lunch? We're partway through second practice session. There are 3 practice sessions today. The first one this morning, the conditions were a bit tricky and threw a couple of competitors a bit of a curve, but no problem. So we've got all sorts of things going on here this weekend. We've got the British Hillclimb Championship. We've got the British Hillclimb Cup. We've got the BMTR Motorsport Tires Midland Hillclimb Championship. We've got the Loton Park Championship finale. So there is a lot going on, and there's still battles going on all through all of this, Ben.
Yeah, you're right, Owen. Some great battles still, and to be decided this weekend tomorrow during a competitive run. Today is obviously a practice run for everyone, so no points to be awarded. Just get back into the car, get familiar with the track again. It has been quite damp this morning in the early hours of the morning, so everyone has been quite cautious in their first run. Times have been improving throughout the morning and before lunch, and we are going to see those times improving again in practice, and hopefully at the end of the day, which will be probably setting the times for tomorrow and sort of reference time for the competitive run on Sunday.
Yep.
On the track just in front of me is Trisha Davis in the Force TA. This is a car that they've been campaigning this year, shared with Terry Davies, the engine builder of those cars. This is 2,000cc engine coupled together. That makes a V8, and a great engine that you'll see also in other cars in that class as well.
Yeah, assortment of things. This is Class K1, racing car, 1602 liter. And there is an interesting battle going on. Let's see here. Now, you see in this class, we have Jonathan Varley. On course right now is Nicola Dearden. Now, one of the many stories this weekend, Jonathan Varley could, in a battle for the Midland Hillclimb Championship, need to set a class record to take the position away from Rodney Isles, he's in a road-going class, and it's coming back down to the points and everything. I think Rodney can score a championship, or can't score any more points, but Jonathan can actually gain 3 points. He still has some points available, taking into account drop scores. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this weekend. On your screens right now, heading up into the museum, that steep blind right-hander is Steve Marr in the GWR Predator. And he's just heading across the line now with a 51.27, bumps him up to about 5th in practice so far. Richard Brandt, who unfortunately had broken drive shafts 2 weeks ago, has got that problem sorted out from the last event, and is absolutely taking to the hill, as he always does, gives nothing less than 100%, and he's done a 5.075. And now we're just switching classes over to Sport Libre, and Robin Nicholson in the Malik Mark 20.
Yeah, and the big challenge in this class, in the previous class, will be to get in the 49 and the 48. But Robin Nicholson already at the end of the city straight onto the entry of museum in this beautiful Malik Mark 20. This is the staple of clubman car, Ray Malik, who's been building a few of those. A 58-46 for Robin Nicholson, and Dylan Flesher in one of the OMS 28. One of the many that we'll see today. Setting purple sectors all the way through the second part of his run. Dylan Flesher, 48.38 for him.
Yeah, that's a good time. It's father and son team, that the first year in the OMS, and the car's going very well. They're very happy with it. Richard Summers, dad of Alex Summers, in the family DJ Firehawk. Sharing this one this weekend. He's got Clive Austin sharing the car with him, so that's you put those two together and you'll never be struggling for a laugh. Anyway, Richard's bumped up to 48.61. That gives him moves him into second of the practice. Will Kerr is currently on the hill, 105 miles an hour at the top of the straight in his OMS 28. A lot of these engines are all motorcycle-powered engine cars in the back, but this one is unique as it's turbocharged. So in order to get into the class, it's only 748 cc's. We have a calculator for forced induction. And on the hill, Nigel Pitt, loving the sunshine today in his OMS 3000, heading up the top at 103 miles an hour.
Yeah, thank you, Owen. Yeah, the multiplier for turbo is 1.4 in hill climb. So yeah, that just gets him just under the 11,000 cc class. Nigel Pitt already going through the finish, and it's a 49.95, so just under the 50-second mark. Great time for Nigel as he goes through. And Anthony Wood quickly follows him in the Force PT already through keepers. He'll be heading through the Cedar Straight. This is not so straight for most of the drivers, and you'll see a few moments as you go. We've got a great camera angle here at Loton Park, and you can see sometimes the car moving as there is a little S in the middle of that straight, and it always catches drivers. The bravest will try to keep it flat. Anthony Wood going through the finish straight is going to be posting a time of 56.17.
Yeah, moves them up to about 16 in practice. Yeah, we've got a camera. If you're on screen right now, it's a brilliant view, and you can actually see the car. That is the Cedar Straight. And you've heard us in the talk about not so straight, but you can see the cars literally dancing on the tarmac. They're absolutely foot to the floor, trying to gain any bit of traction. Gavin McLaren in the OMS 2000 has crossed the line with a 52.70. And on your screen now is Mark Schlenker in the Force HC heading up the hill. Mark is currently sort of about 16, so he's looking to improve. Some of them got some the conditions were a bit tricky this morning, a bit damp, a bit cold, and some of the tires, they're having trouble getting the heat into the front of the tires. But anyway, he's gone through, he's going through in a 50.98. And then young Tom Morgan in the family Empire.
Yeah, Tom Morgan already through the Cedar Straight. 105 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Great turn of speed in this Empire Evo. This is obviously some of the purpose-built car that you'll see today on the hill. But next up is Todd Bickley, just into my view. You can't miss this car. It's a bright yellow, and it's a car that Smart has been driving so quick this season, getting into the top runners in this class. And started actually last time at Prescott was a little bit under power. He had a few issues, but he's back into full power. So I'm expecting a lot of great times from him in this class. He goes through a museum, no problem, beautifully driven as we always see. Start 47.50.
Yeah, that's 0.8 quicker than the second fastest car at the moment. However, we have more people wanting to get that. The track's coming around. Tom Weaver, 103 miles an hour in the Empire Evo, heading up the hill in the museum right now. Let's just see. He was about 6th quickest after first practice. Let's see if he can bump it up. No purple sectors. But, yeah, jumps up a place at 48.62, so that puts him 5th. This is only second practice. We do have a third practice today. But Dave Tatum, class winner last time out at Prescott in the DJ Firehawk, is absolutely flying. Purple sectors all the way up. Question is, can he get a 46? He's a 47.5. I'm going to be optimistic. Can he pull off a 46? Yes, he can. A 46.69. I heard you chuckle when he said that. A 46.69. That's 9/10 quicker. And then we have Carol Nichols, a legend on the hills. Always got a smile on her face. This is her dad's. Dad built this Nike Mark IV Formula Ford back in the 60s. And she knows where I think at least 10 of them are. She's actually going to go organize a reunion for these cars. But as she goes, heads up into museum.
Yes, great to see Carol's in the hills. She campaigns that car weekend and in and out every single time. She's a great supporter of the sport. 68.77 for Carol Nichols. And this class is going to be very much what we'll see as the ladies' cup here, because we've got a few of the ladies in this class that are going to be competing, and it was quite close at Prescott last weekend. Les Burke just finished a 60.90, quickly followed by Charlie Rayleigh, who's already at the end of the straight. And those cars are powered by a 4-cylinder Ford engine at the back, and most of those cars have been built before 1994, so you'll see the RF92 and 85. Some will look a little bit different. I think Carolina has got one of the older cars, 60.45 for Charlie. Sarah Boswell, who's always competitive in those class, is currently setting purple sectors all the way through. So one to look out for in this class for tomorrow. 50.35 at museum, great running. She'll look to keep everything neat and tidy through the second part, up through the gears and through the finish line, of 58.93 for Sarah Bosworth.
Yeah, Sarah actually previously competed at Lotus Elise and actually holds the class record, road going record, I believe, in the lease, but she switched over to this now. Now you may have noticed there was actually, we do have on the list there, we had Caroline Ryder and Kirsten Dodd. Kirsten had a little bit of oopsie on her second practice run, and they're just the front end of the car just got a little tweak on it. There's a group of people down there. They're trying to get it sorted out. They will be back. So no real problems or anything like that. Just a little bit of damage. The front wheels are just not lined the way they're supposed to. So they are sorting that out as we speak. So hopefully they'll be back out for third practice run once they get that car sorted out. We've just got a little break for a second. We're just doing a track inspection. And
it'll be end of the batch, so the cars will be returning to the paddock.
All right, yes.
And will be giving us a bit of a breather for everyone to have a look. I'm just looking at Class I here on my screen.
Yep.
And Dave Tatam at 46.69.
Yeah, that's...
He's got 9/10 lead over Stuart Bickley, so one to watch out on the third practice run today, but another one that will be looking very closely. Great to see Dave into the 46 already in this class. This is a real competitive time.
I think the challenge is going to be, I think we're going to be, interesting for the day to see how they get on set times. It's only practice times today. This is second practice that we're part way through. We have, where are we now? Car 106. So that's the end of batch 5. So we're coming up to batch 6. And then batch 7, which are the big cars, if you will, the single-seaters from the top 10, etc., and the British Championship. Now, the interesting thing is we can't actually get a consensus on tomorrow's weather. Depending on, every time I walk around the paddock, everybody's got a slightly variation on the weather, other than the fact that nobody mentions sun. So I think we're going to have mixed conditions tomorrow, which is going to leave. It's going to be interesting, folks. We are doing, if you're following us online, thank you for joining us. By the way, we're almost to 10,000 subscribers, so if you haven't, please like, share, follow, and subscribe to the HillClimb TV on YouTube. We want to get rich. I've been doing this for a couple events now, and I've just been absolutely, giving it the ride. We want to get them to 10,000 subscribers, and I think we're less than 30 left to go. There's got to be 30 people around here who haven't subscribed, although they should be ashamed of themselves if they haven't by now. The coverage is excellent. But so folks, if you're just checking in, joining us, you haven't. Believe it or not, my wife checks in occasionally. She's not into motorsports and stuff, but I got home at the last event and she said, I was listening to you and I subscribed. So, but there you go.
If everyone chips in.
Everybody chips in. So we want to get rich to 10,000, at least 10,000 views. We're almost there. So please, if you haven't, like, share, follow, and subscribe.
If you have already subscribed, then
thank you very
you've
much.
got people around you. Just steal their phone.
No, don't steal you can't steal phone. Ask them politely to borrow it for a second and then do it. Don't steal. We can't promote crime. And then all that type of thing. But yeah, so absolutely please. So if you're just joining us live, we are live streaming. Thank you very much. And yes, as you can see on the screen, the sun is shining. It's a beautiful afternoon here back in Shropshire, just out of Shrewsbury, and we're just near the Welsh border, so we can see Wales through the trees over there. My name's Owen, and Benoit joining us today. Tomorrow, there's going to be 4 of us. Because it's basically an all-day event, we're going to run 4 commentators, so you need to, if you're going to join us all day, be prepared for the change of accents, because we're going to go through Canadian, French, Shropshire, and Worcestershire. So I'm not quite sure if there's a difference there, but you'll know it when you hear it. So you know us all from previous events, but we're all going to be sort of swapping in and out tomorrow. So please join us. I think it's going to be an interesting day, and there's going to be some good competition, and possibly a few surprises. So, most people don't. Do you like surprises? Because most people don't like surprises.
Well, when it comes to racing, I do like when someone puts the cat among the pigeon, and upset the order.
The form, yes.
And so I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's the final one. We had a great season so far. Yeah. I've enjoyed it all season long, and I hope everyone who's been joining online, who have been joining into the different venues around the UK as well, and at Loton Park here. It's been a great championship, great entertainment for all the drivers, I can't wait for next season. Maybe the end, but I can't wait for the start of the next season. You get to see the action of our drivers here on the start line and our marshals. You'll see that they will be putting what I call the boot. I know there's different words, but I call it the boot.
Wheel chalk.
Well,
a triangle wedge, piece of cheese,
You call it this way, I call it the boot.
Okay, you call it the boot.
There's obviously no handbrake on those cars. It's a bit of a hill at the start, and William just launched off the line, 2.26 off the 64 foot. A good reference time is about 2 seconds, and I think that equals to about 2 G's of acceleration off the start line, or about 1. Sorry, I might get this wrong, but this is a really exciting car. This is a Evo 3 powered by 11,000cc engine with a turbo strapped on it.
11,000?
Oh, that's a bit too much.
That's a big. The Titanic didn't have an engine that big.
You wouldn't fit at the back of
1100.
This car.
Let's go 1100. Should we try 1100cc? Right. Okay.
I get this one right. 83 miles an hour for William at the end of the straight. This is a really powerful car. Usually we've got Zach Zammit, who's not here today, the Maltese. Has he? Yeah. Oh yes, he is. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get to see him, and he'll be driving this car. 53.67 for William.
Yeah. If you're on site, William has actually changed classes. He was entered in another class, another car, and he's moved to that Group K1, Group K2 with in a different car. So there is a change in the program on that one. Right. Tina Hawk's mom and Max Hawk's son. Tina is in the car, 51.52. So that's keeps it at 6. So son, after first practice, only a couple of tenths ahead. So that'll be an inter-family battle. And we've got Anthony Hunt in the Gould DJXD with the 2.65 liter IndyCar engine, just heading up the top of the museum, heading out the other side, across the line with a 52.59. And Steve Owen in the OMS 28 CD. Steve Owen is the builder of the OMS brand that stands for basically Owen Motorsports. So this is the creator of the OMS brand.
Yes, and the OMS, we've got about almost 300 cars, I think, Steve has built. And so, yeah, a great car that has been a campaign for many years. Obviously, different chassis that you'll get to see today. The OMS 28 being the latest evolution, a 50.29 for Steve Owen. And quickly follow is Bernard Cavill in another OMS 28, another regular competitor on the hill here today. 106 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Great turn of speed from that car. No problem through museum. This is a tricky corner. You can't see that on the camera if you were watching live, but the entry is blind, and it's a really tricky corner to get into. 49.30 for Bernard.
We've got Nicola Menzies on the line. She's come today to race. Wallace is at home. Apparently, with the boys are karting. They're racing the karts this weekend, so Dad's being kart dad, and Mom's going, I'm going racing. So here she is, sharing the Gould GR55B with David Urin. And David actually qualified this car #1 for one of the runoffs last week, 2 weeks ago in Prescott. So very capable car. Nicola's been out of the car for a little bit. She hasn't been running in a bit, so jumps back in the car again, heading up Cedar straight to the top. Let's see what kind of top speed. 101 miles an hour. Not too bad. Heads into, okay, so this is only her second practice run up the hill today. And comes around museum, out the other side, heads across the line with a time of 51.17. Now, she did a 51.07 in first practice. Very consistent. Sean Gould, the creator of the Gould brand of race cars, which you see here on the hill. This is the latest GR59J. And kicking up the dust. So this is the top 10, normally qualified top 10, 122 miles an hour, Ben.
Yeah, impressive turn of speed from Sean, and Sean was obviously the surprise winner of the last runoff here at Loton Park. That was obviously impounded by a bit of rain.
Yeah, he didn't think his time would hold. It was a bit of a scrappy time, but the weather just started to deteriorate a little bit, and that was the end of that.
Regardless of the weather, great time for Sean Gould, 45.43. Currently puts him 5th in class. Graham Hinn follows him in the another of the Gould GR59. This is the latest spec. The cars are purposefully built for hill climb, and they are a thing of beauty. They are carbon turb with a lot of
sorry folks, I just distracted Ben. It came up at the top of the Cedar straight, and the Graham did 2 miles an hour. He's going quicker than that. He's at a 47.72.
Absolutely.
And Lindsay Summers, Alex Summers' mom, in Alex's own design, the AFS B4T. I promised I would get it right this weekend. Is already through keepers and out the other side. Lindsay at the top. This has got the 2.650 Cosworth, basically the ex-IndyCar engine in the back.
Yeah, a car that has been in the work for many years in the Summers family, and the car that has been built for the ladies, so Lindsay and Debbie's Alex wife. And this is powered by a V6 2.5 Opel engine. An engine that you would have found in the DTM cars back in the 90s. It's a 54.32 for Lindsay Summer. Robert Capper already all the way through keepers and through the Cedar Straight. And always a great driver. Robert Capper had been rebuilding that car, so it's great to see him again. 102 miles an hour at the end of the straight, already through Museum. And look to get this car into the 47, almost the 48, I believe, 49 for Robert Capper.
Flat,
great time. Olivia Cooper, one of the great ladies today on the hill, always giving everything out there. 109 miles an hour. We are back into class J2, so I believe, no, Olivia's J1, right?
Yeah, those is J1 car.
Yeah.
Olivia, very, very quick.
Very
One of the
quick.
quickest ladies. There she goes. You see there, 48 flat, and that puts her fourth in practice times in the class. And this is a very competitive class. And interesting so far, we haven't seen Richard Spedding out yet. Didn't show up for first practice. He is in a visitor's car, a friend's car. They racing here this weekend for the first time. But anyway, we'll get back to that. Stephen Potter in the Empire Evo has done a 50.00 flat, so that's an improvement. Gary Hill is on the hill, literally, OMS 2000M. And this is a brilliant camera angle. You can watch the cars dance up there. But he's heading up the top, and we've got John Stockley that's just launched off the line in the 4th PC.
Yeah, Gary in the second part of the hill now into the entry of Museum, no problem. It can catch drivers, this corner is an almost 180 degree, so you need to be patient before you get back on the throttle. 50.40 for Gary Hill. John Stockley in the 4th PC, and in this class we've got a bit of a Star Wars sim between the 4th and the Empire. And John Stockley already through the Cedar Straight. And then we got Adam Greenan in the Empire Evo 3, already going through loggerheads, coming into our view. Great line through there. Adam Greenan is always one that will be pushing his posting purple, so sectors all the way through. I had a little bit of a moment that as he came out of Triangle, but he gathered it together. Went a little bit on the grass on the outside of Triangle, no problem, but that's probably costed him a bit of time. 120 miles per hour at the end of the straight. Very quick, definitely pushing on the second practice run. Let's see what time he can do. 47.20. There's definitely time to find in this run.
Yeah. Brother Aaron's 47.17, so they're pretty much tied at the hip on that one. Alex Coles, son of Neil Coles. Neil's already been up the hill second time. Alex is sitting about 7th in practice. He's in the mid-48s at the moment. We'll be looking to improve on that. Knowing Alex, he'll be very talented young driver this. Been very successful in Formula 4, moved up the car. Yeah, there you go, 47.87. So now he's only one of four, he's now 5th fastest. And we got 4 47s and a 40 thingy. Darren Gumley had started off the line, but he's spun off at the top of, or the end of Loggerheads. I know that corner name. I'll get it eventually. Sorry about that. You can see on screen, it's just dropped a wheel off into the grass, and it's just rotated the car around. And looks like he was in Loggerheads. Didn't actually make it to the corner. It's gone off there based on the skid marks there.
Yeah, it looks like he was looking for a shortcut, looking at the lines.
Yeah, that does look like cutting the corner and rallying, but it got a little bit too much. So hasn't hit anything. He's already out of the car. They've just got to get it out of the grass. They'll roll it back onto the track, and then they'll roll him back to the paddock. And I think they're going to send, what are we going here? We're going to have a rotation of the rescue crews, or they're going to go... They're going to go help. Yep. Rescue crews. We've got 2 rescue units here. They are equipped for more serious things, but they also lend the marshals manpower hands. But the driver's out of the car. Darren's out of the car, and he's in the marshals, and they're actually rolling the car back on the track. Oh, they just lifted it up over a green berm. Get a run at it, and there she goes. So if you're watching camera in the distance, this camera view, if you're watching live stream, we're actually right underneath that camera. That's our commentator view for the weekend. We have all the live stream cameras in here as well. We can see out the window. So yeah, and there's Roger. If you're wondering who the legendary Roger the Marshal is, wave to the camera, Roger. There you go. If you ever want to volunteer, if you want to get more involved with marshalling, like Roger's been an enthusiast, motorsport enthusiast for the first time, and he's out there It's no real age restriction. Start off young, you can help out in the paddock and stuff like that. I think you got to be like 12 or something like that. But then there's no age restriction. You can do when you want, what you want. But every form of motorsport needs marshals. We can't do it without. Darren just jumped back in the car, started it up, and off he went. So, yeah. So a little bit of sweepy, brushy going on here, and then we'll be back in business in a second. But what I was saying about the marshals, doesn't matter where you are in the world, all the motorsports rely on marshals. Volunteers. It's a great way to get close to sport. I started off in it myself back in the 80s, and I ended up doing the IndyCar races in Toronto in the mid to late 80s. So that was the closest thing. Never did the Formula One in Montreal, but at that point I was a race mechanic, so I was at the Formula One races looking after cars on the support racing. But there you go. And the blathering of me, I see Ben is surveying we've got papers and books, and neither one of us can actually see anything because they keep throwing a car at us that's not in front of us. But there we go. So you'll see pictures if you're watching online, streaming. That young lady there is, I believe, the daughter of our chief marshal. So she's out there. You see she's got a radio on, making sure the competitors are behaving themselves, keeping law and order down there. The rowdy bunch are competitors, it could be sometimes, so you got to keep them in line. So well done, and thank you. So on the line we have, this should be David Warburton. Now David is currently number 10 in the British Championship for this year. He wears number 9 because he was number 9 last year. Richard Spedding is 1 point behind in 11th. Basically, whoever beats each other. Now, David and Richard both regularly qualify with the smaller engine car for the runoffs, which is where the points are. If they don't get into runoffs, it'll be down to class points. But there we go. Here's David. Richard Spedding is on the line. This is a straight-up fight. Whoever wins between these two over the course of the weekend will get that coveted number 10 for next year, the British Championship. That is the goal. So here comes David Warburton heading up in cool GR55. He's purple everywhere. He's laid down a 45.17. This is Richard Spedding in about his 4th different borrowed car that he's needed to try and get through the season here due to engine problems with his own car, so that's being sorted out. So he's in a GW Raptor 2, heads up the top of the hill. He's a little bit down on David at the moment, but he's heading into museum.
Yeah, I believe it's the first run for Richard, though I believe he has, it must be his second run. We just don't have the times here on our screen, but it's 45.61 for Richard Spedding.
There you
go. David and Richard are separated by 5/10 just on those practice runs. So again, all to play tomorrow. In price in the Force TA, 111 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight here, and we're going through back into Class K1. So we're going 1600 up to 2 litre, with normally aspirated
down to
45.69 for in price. Great time. Just going to take a quick look at the previous runs from this morning. Indian price are posted at 47.06. We expect pretty much all the drivers to improve on those second practice run, really. But we'll be keeping a close eye into how well they improve from the conditions that we had this morning. They were still a little bit down. Everyone probably exercised a bit of caution in their first practice run.
Anime Furnace in the Swallow DR14, very unique car. He's up to 11th with a 54.29 as practice. Now this is Eric Colburn. He is battling with Tom Weaver for the under 25 championship in the Midland Hillclimb Championship, sponsored by BMTR Tires. So unfortunately, Aaron had a problem at the Prescott. They broke a joint that connects the drive shaft to the wheel. It cracked. One of the balls seized in it, and it actually cracked it. So Aaron jumped into another competitor's car. It was very generous, but didn't score the points he needed. 51.19. So we'll have to see how that goes up. It's a class-based championship, so I'm going to need somebody that's following all this to keep us up to date. Keith Craven, legend on the hills, had his whole family here earlier this year. They're all competing to celebrate his birthday in the Pilbeam MP88 car 120. and he's already up in the museum, heading around the corner now, and coming through Triangle now. So Keith's heading across the line with a 54.81. Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 is following close behind and already up the hill.
Yes, Ian Tucker in this beautiful OMS 28, already through the Cedar Straight. Terry Davis just going launch off the line, and with the time so far already into my view at Triangle here, and just spun off. Doesn't seem.
No, yeah.
We'll have a bit of a red flag here.
We'll just have a stop for a minute. Terry's okay and everything. He's just slid off into the ferns on the exit of Triangle. No problem. Probably just more pride than anything else on this one.
Yeah, he's already.
He's already out of the car. He just slid into the grass. So they'll just want to get that car out so it doesn't put any damage to it. It's not damaged or anything. It's just sitting in the ferns. So, but there we go. Photo opportunity I see for a few people. You don't normally see a car sort of surrounded by ferns as such. But yeah, so no problem. And that was live on HillClimb.TV. So I don't know if Rich is going to tell us how many. I'm going to wind him up. Hopefully he'll tell me. Oh, we have a replay. We have a replay. Watch this. Got on the power again, and the back end just turned around 180 degrees, and unfortunately it just slid into the ferns. So not a problem. They may actually lift this out just so there's no risk of damaging to the wings, the bodywork, and everything like that. So they'll get that sorted out. We'll see in a minute. I'm hoping Rich sends me a message to tell me where we are on the old subscriber thingy, but you know, if we're one short, I'm going to go find somebody. Yeah, bear with me for a minute. I will borrow somebody's phone, but so we'll see what happens here. But yeah, so if you're watching, if you got any questions, we've got a few minutes, so chuck a question through there, and if it's appropriate, let's keep them clean, folks. We will be happy to try and answer them. Just don't ask the question about why is there a Canadian and a Frenchman commentating on the British Hillclimb Championship. My answer to you is why not? So there we go. Nothing more to add to that one, is there, Ben?
No, I don't have anything to add. I actually, when I turned 30 last year, I realized that I had spent 20% of my life here in the UK. So I think you know.
Okay, you qualify.
I qualify.
I like the way he says he turned 30 last year, and I'm like twice his age. But hopefully you enjoy our commentary. Oh, 9,985 subscribers. I need to go find 15 people in the spectator area. I need 15 phones. I need them now. 15 more subscribers, folks. We need to get. Hang on. Who do we need? Yeah, we need to get HillClimb.TV, 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm 15 short, folks. Come on. Come on. Let me have them. 15. If you haven't subscribed to HillClimb.TV, do it now, please. You know you want to. You know you watch. You just don't hit that button. It doesn't cost you anything. I'm doing my telethon thing again, aren't I? You are. But you are, Owen. Watch this. I'm going to step outside the booth and watch how many people run away from the spectator fan.
Yeah, I mean,
see if I can find anybody. Yeah, I'm going to go outside here, right?
All the spectators we have outside.
Subscribe.
Meanwhile, the rescue is just going well underway. Looks like the crane is in action now, so our rescue team is well versed in doing all sort of rescue, and they'll take extra care for those cars. Car is being lifted through. There's a bit of green stuff on it.
That's called foliage.
Foliage.
Foliage. Yes.
Didn't start like this, did it?
Well, no. I think these cars actually make very good lawnmowers. You know, you can take down the tall stuff with them. There's several. Yeah. Richard, behave yourself. I know you're sitting behind me. I can see your lips moving from behind. Anyway, inside joke, folks. We have actually, we don't realize it here, a lot of our competitors are actually sitting behind. There's a big spectator area. If you're watching online, we have a big spectator area sort of behind the commentary booth in the marshalling where you're actually looking on camera now. And a lot of the competitors between runs actually come up and watch the other competitors. It's a very the camaraderie in hill climbing is second to none. And I know there's several different groups, teams, and competitors down in the paddock trying to help other competitors with the little technical issues and things like that. So it's an absolute. It's a pleasure to be involved with a sport like this sport. So thank you very much. So so let's see if we can get 50 more subscribers before we go off air at the end of the day. Let's hit 10,000. That would reward Rich with his hard work. Although he said to me, I said, what's the next target after 10,000? He goes, 100,000. I'm thinking, that would be a tough sell.
Listen, you got to have ambitions in your life.
This is true.
And maybe at the end of the next season we'll be up to 100.
Yeah. When more people find out about it, then you could be. Actually, that's true. We just got to make sure everybody that views it, looks at it.
It's a reverse pyramid.
It's a reverse pyramid. Go on, explain yourself.
Well, if you start with 2 people, right?
Yes.
To follow you.
Yes.
Then you can only have 2 persons talking about how great HillClimb UK is.
Yes, okay.
If you got 10,000 of them, then you got 10,000 that can speak to 10,000 people, and that's how you grow your channel.
Oh, right. So you're telling me to do the maths?
No.
Because 2 per 10. Yeah, okay. Anyway, right. Okay. Let's get to business. Let's get back to hill climbing. Right, so if you just joined us and everything, let's review. We have 4 championships running this weekend. We have the British Hillclimb Championship presented by Avon Tires. We have the British Hillclimb Cup Championship presented by Footman James. And we have the BMTR Motorsport Tires Midland Hillclimb Championship. It's the finale of the year, as well as Loton Park's season finale. And and there are still prizes to be played for here. There is up for grabs a load of different permutations, and Ben's got the fresh notebook out for this one, so I think he's probably going to be working the numbers out this afternoon and all tomorrow. So but we have all these here. We're going to have tomorrow. We also have the last 2 rounds of the Tin Top Challenge, which is a 6-round, 3-venue championship for our saloon cars, and that will be tomorrow as well. So we're going to have top 12 British Championship runoff, top 12 Tin Top Championship runoff, and then we have 2 of each of those, and then we will have the Titan X top 10 runoff for our Loton Championship competitors. And those are competitors that have been racing at Loton all season long, and they've registered for that championship. So we have quite the assortment. So tomorrow will be a very busy day. We are probably going to be live pretty much from the off tomorrow, because we will be going straight into timed runs tomorrow morning. So regardless of the weather, we are going to hit the track literally running. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. 10,012 subscribers. Thank you so much on behalf of Rich, HillClimb.TV, HillClimb UK on Facebook, and everything else. It's something they wanted to do. It was a target that was set. Thank you all very, very much. And no, I didn't take anybody's phone and subscribe on their behalf. On the hill, we have cars on the hill. Let's get back to it. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased. And Rich will be chuffed. So through Loggerheads we go. We have a car. This is Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28 in 84 miles an hour entering Triangle. You don't realize how fast they actually come down into that triangle. And it is a hard uphill right-hand corner, so fairly tight. Anyway, he's heading up the hill. We are in class...
so we're back into...
K1.
Class K1.
Yep.
Owen and Jonathan Varley is in the second part of his run now. He'll be coming into your view as Lee Griffiths finishes his run 49.28, and Jonathan Varley is on a mission to try and beat his own record that he's beat here this at Loton Park last August, and Jonathan Varley always goes real well. He had a great season so far, currently leading the British Hillclimb Championship Cup and the Midland Championship. He's going to try and do his best this year today and tomorrow. 46.66. That puts him second in class, quickly followed by Andrew Henson, who was just red flag prior to the incident we had from Terry Davis. Andrew driving this beautiful Gould Dallara F394. This is an ex-F3 car, a car that used to be racing on circuits. And for hill climbs, what they have done is they've just ditched the side pods where you would house the radiators, and I call it the cigar now because it's just one straight bit. Beautiful car. 49.28 for Andrew Hansen.
Yeah, Vince, I can't get a head around a car with no side pods. I don't know, I'll just work it out, but it is a cigar. Andy Bogard in the Force PT is on the hill, heading towards, it's now coming near the triangle as we speak. Hard on the brakes, 84 miles an hour in the braking zone. Comes off the brakes, gets the floor right up. The track's looking pretty good right now, Vin. And heading up the Cedar, not so straight. With these camera views, people can actually see how's that a straightaway. But it's a great action shot. He's got the camera's really down low, looking up the back of the car as it's heading up the Cedar Straight. It's a really nice shot of that. 41.72 into Museum, really carried the speed quite a bit here. Out the other side, this is going to be a good time for him. Yep, 48.71, jumps him up to third in class. Now, the interesting thing here is Jonathan Varley. I'm just looking at his times. He's currently second in practice. Einan Price is a second quicker. Jonathan needs, I think he needs a class record to take one of the championships he's up for. He's in a very close battle in two different championships, and there's nothing in it, so it's a winner-take-all. So on the line there, folks, I think we're just waiting to find out here. So I think we end of batch. I'm just checking here. Is that car one? Yes, we are at end of batch. That's end of batch 6. So with Loton Park, if you're just joining us, you're new to it. Some of the other hills, they have return roads, like Prescott, for instance, and Harewood, and a few others. But with Loton Park, we don't have that option. All the cars, we'll send up a load of cars. They get to the top. There's a upper paddock, if you will, and where all the cars are stopped there. And then once we get X amount, the cars are all split up into batches. They will send them back down the hill. So we have to have stoppage to get the cars back down the hill again. In the case of double-driven cars, which is one of the great things about hill climbing, is that two people can share the same car and you're competing against each other, is what we do is we'll normally send up, if we have a double-driven car, we'll send up the double drivers at the beginning of the previous batch. And then the car comes down at the end of the batch, it's cooled down enough as well and everything, and then that'll switch driver, and then the second driver will run in the normal number order. So you will see car numbers with 3 digits starting with 7s and 8s. That is the double-driven car. So that's the second driver's number. So a 7 or 8 means that's the second driver, and then you take that away, and that'll be the other driver. Not necessarily first or second. It's just a roll of the dice. Depends how you entry it. And while we've got a break in, a couple of things here. I believe the bar is open. Do we have a bar? I'm sure there's a bar open. I thought I saw beverages being consumed. Roger's already on it. He's checking. So I think the bar's open. But I will say that there's 2 ladies operating the Regalia hut
where you can get a hat.
Hut, oh, right, a hut where I can get a hat. Right, okay. And they're having a bit of an end of season sale. There's a whole bunch of lady stuff going really cheap up there. So they're clearing out still the stuff from last year's stuff, but nothing wrong with it. Just got an old logo on the front, but does the job just nicely. I know what you're saying to yourself. Why do I want to fleece in this weather today? Come back tomorrow. You'll thank me for it. So, and they've got other bits and pieces in there. So go check out the Regalia Hut. And for any clothing or souvenirs or etc., whatever else they've got in there, the ladies will give you the grand tour. It should take less than 30 seconds. So check it out. And if you've got a young one here today, they do have children's stuff in there. And there is a small shirt going in there. I really like the shirt, but it's a small. And I know I'm working on my fitness a bit, but that's a little ambitious. That's a lot ambitious, actually. So we will not worry about that too much. Right, so car 109 is just coming down to finish up. I'm not sure what last car is, but it'll be down in a minute. So, so we've got a lot going on. Please join us tomorrow for, I'm pretty sure from a live stream standpoint on HillClimb.TV, this will be the last hill climb event, British Championship round. There is an event in November, and I'm not sure if it's being live streamed yet. It was last year. Rich will probably kill me. So keep your eyes out. There's an event.
You're right, Owen.
Is it?
It will be live streamed.
It will be live streamed. So this is Rally Prescott, and essentially, it's rally. It's there'll be some saloon cars as well, but it's rally cars. And how it works is one practice and 2 runs in the daytime. And then another practice and 2 runs in the dark. So you're going to need, the extra lights on. I actually am trying to enter it with my rally car at the moment. I just need to get off my bum and make a phone call. But, so that's going on there, and that'll probably be the last. But I do know that Rich will probably be on HillClimb.TV putting little, there's interview clips on there. There'll be highlights of different different competitors and their fastest runs of the year. Some action shots, some shots of some fairly quick runs. And I don't know if he does blooper reels after this year. He may have enough to do a blooper reel of the what not to do, or the oopsies, or the sillinesses, or whatever. The adventures of hill climbers, I think we should call it.
Yeah, there'll be plenty to keep us entertained, Owen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Through the winter, I'm sure Rich has got quite a bit of stuff in his pocket to go through for us.
So always keep an eye. Always check back on the channel, and always. And on Facebook page, if you follow HillClimb UK, Rich, it's also Rich. He on Facebook, like that page as well, and he usually keeps you up to date with all the various points and schedules and things like that for at least the British and the Midland Championship runs. So I'm not sure if he's expanding that, but I'm sure he will be. It's going really well. So, and again, we thank you all for your patronage and your feedback and support to Rich. For basically him doing all of this. So on behalf of the community and everything, thank you very much, Rich. So on the line we have a Tiga. This is car 843. So it's a double-driven car. We're in batch 7. 843. This is a historic car, I think. Where are we? Double-driven car. It's 1983 Tiga, and it was a Formula Ford 2000 car. This was actually driven by Chris Niddell, which was actually Tiff Niddell's brother when he his brother raced as well. And this car currently, they got it this way, but somebody at some point changed the engine out and put a Peugeot MI16 1600cc engine in the back. I didn't want to mention to Ben it was a Peugeot because you'll be dribbling about it all the way up the hill.
I've already had a close eye, Owen, at this car.
I thought you would.
It's great that I think this car came with Ford engine back in the days, and then they have been able to fit this Peugeot engine. Obviously, something that we don't see that often here in this country. Most of those historic single-seaters that we know back from the 70s and 80s must have been running Fords, right? So something a bit different, always exciting to see.
Yeah, and Tiga cars, and I did check this morning with them. Tiga cars, they started building this, and they ended up building prototype race cars, sports cars, prototype style, but C2 class. So this was the smaller of the 2 prototype classes. And they built them for Europe, but I do know they showed up in North America in the IMSA series. And there was a Canadian driver named David Tennyson had Denon Stereo sponsorship, and he raced a Tiga in the what you call the C2 class, I think it was at the time. So Tiga, very well known in the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, long-time car builder. I don't know if they still exist today. I actually don't know.
Well, it'd be interesting to know if they are still running. They might be doing something.
We'll have to look that up.
Different.
If Ponzi's listening this afternoon from his garden with his feet up, Ponzi, you want to look that one up for tomorrow? That was a bit out of focus. Right, here we go. We got Tiga on the line. So is it Joe Mackerel or Robin Johnson? That is the question. It's a double-driven car, so we're going to send up the first driver. I think it might be Joe Mackerel behind the wheel of the car. This is Class N. In your program, it's on. Hey, where's my program going?
Yeah, so we'll get probably Joe. I don't think this is Tony Adams.
No, this is Joe. I'm going to go with Joe Mackerel on this.
So
car.
Yeah,
843. 843? No,
yeah, you're right. When 843, Joe Mackerel in the Tiga, making its way on this run. Yeah, beautiful car. I love the shape at the front, and great car. Obviously, 1600 cc, 16 valve at the back, and then probably makes about probably 200, 250, you'd say.
I wouldn't go that far. It's only 1600. You French guys overinflate these Peugeot engines.
Oh, it was the Italians doing that.
Oh, was that? Yeah, okay, all right. The Italians are overrating French engines? Okay.
Oh, their engines there.
French engines, yeah. Anyway, Joe Mackerel.
Joe Mackerel all the way
folks.
All the way through the finish line, up through the gears. 58.03 for Joe. And then quickly follows him Calvin Broad in the Force TA, coming into our view here into the 90 right for all the drivers. Corners always hard on the brake for most of those drivers. You can see as they go through keepers, they have to keep an eye on the flip-flops on the left side. Many drivers will try to get as close to them and try not to hit them, but it's a 1 second penalty here at Loton Park, so it costs you dear every time you hit them. And obviously Calvin going through the second part of this run through the finish straight at 48.54 for Calvin.
Not a bad time. We have Pete Tatum, who has a technical issue, and he's shaking his head. Pete normally is here by himself. Just want to say hi to his family, who's actually, his wife and kids are here this weekend to watch Dad race, and at the moment, that didn't work out too well. But it's only second practice. We still have a third practice in those last afternoon, so lots of action on screen for you. Zach Zammit in the Empire Wraith is off the line. In the Empire Wraith, I think they were actually building this car in the paddock this morning. And we have another technical issue by the looks of it, folks. He slowed right down. So something's not happy with the car either, but this is only practice, so these things can be sorted out. But he's not happy about something, so it's like, nope. So we've got a young lad on our paddock gate today who's just set the 60-foot record for full Marshall kit, getting to the gate before the car did. Anyway, on the track, Max Hawks in the family Force PC. Mom Tina drives it. Max, who's a brilliant little up-and-coming photographer, takes some really great shots. Check him out online. Max, I think it's M Hawks Photography on Facebook. Anyway, Force PC, and he's heading up the hill now. So he's actually, Mum was beating Max, but Max is starting to get to grips with this thing. So 109 miles an hour through the top of Cedar, through Fallow, up into Museum he goes. Comes around the top and is going to head across the line. And it looks like, with a 49.33, looks like the people in the paddock, well done. They got Carolyn Ryder's car up and running again. Had a little bit of a glitch with Kirsten behind the wheels. She's okay. Caught her off guard a little bit. No problem. So hopefully she'll be back in the car. But there's Caroline in the Formula Ford.
Yeah, Carolina was into the 62nd in her first practice run. She'll get probably under the 60-second mark on that second practice run. Already posted purple time from the get-go and into the Cedar Straight, so 81 miles an hour is great going for the 1600 cc. Those things are super light, so they don't need a lot of power to get them pushed to quite great speed and up through the gears, through the finish straight, and then Caroline is just going to be 58.95. John Chalmers just launched off the line. This is back into class K2, so 1600 to 2-litre turbocharged engine. This is the Hayabusa engine, heavily turbocharged. You can hear the popping and banging in the anti-lag system that keeps the turbos pulled up to keep the response of the engine up into the Cedar Straight. John Chalmers, let's see what speed. It's always a really quick car at the end of the Cedar Straight, 103 miles an hour, decent speed for John. He'll be going through the second part of the hill, no problem, but keep an eye on Paul Hames. This is another of the turbocharged single-seater that we have today here. This is the GR59, and Paul is always one of the competitive drivers in this class. He was quickest so far this morning, posting a 46.84, and he'll be looking to improve on that, probably get into the 45 today, maybe the 44s.
Yeah, had a right wiggle in the middle of keepers there, but kept it going, literally. Look how fast there. That was lateral grip like you'd never seen. Anyway, there you go. Now you've seen it on camera. Heads across fallow up into the museum. So setting a faster time. Paul, number 8 in the British Championship last year. I believe he's going to retain a number this year, although I'm not 100% sure where, because there's going to be a bit of a shake-up in top 10. But a 49.41. Yeah, he lost that time in that keepers there. So Harry Pick's on the hill, bouncing around up the Cedar Straight. Well, that just give you a heck of a view. The back end just twitching every which way.
Yeah, Paul Haines was currently standing 9 in the championship, so
right, okay.
Just going probably from number 8 to 9, but still a great performance for him. And I think the position are pretty set. I think for most of our competitors in the championship. Meanwhile, we've got Will Hall, who seems to have taken the wrong turn.
Yeah. At the top, I think that's Hall Corner, isn't it? Will stopped at his corner to admire. No, that's what you're looking at on camera is from the start line. It's uphill, a little bit of a right kink up to sort of that's literally a 90-degree left corner. And it looks like he locked up the front wheels and is just sort of stopped. It doesn't look like he's hit anything; just stopped. So I don't know. I don't know if it was just a lockup. We might get a replay on it. I'm not sure if the camera's caught it yet. I'm sure Rich is having a look now. So and then we've got this lovely view of our Midland Motorsport Rescue. Van volunteers as well. Everybody's volunteers here. It's the marshals and the rescue guys. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this event, the venue, etc. And if you are looking online camera right now, you'll see one of our clerks of the course having a wander up to seeing what's going on here. So Will Hall's a fail, but it doesn't look like he hit anything. It looks like he just sort of maybe locked up the brakes and stopped.
It does look very strange, Owen. It looks like he's just locked the wheels and then the car wouldn't turn, and then probably just brushed off the tyre wall on the outside. It's a tricky corner that's caught many drivers in previously, especially in the first run of the morning. It's 90 degree. It's almost a blind entry. So a very technical course here at Loton Park. So we'll see. We'll probably see if we can maybe fire up the car, but they'll probably send it back around with the engine off.
It's hard to say. But what we're looking at on screen is our start line, and you can see it's an uphill right-hander into that left-hander. Yeah, Will hasn't hit anything. He's not even touched anything. You can see there's no damage to the car. It's just literally, I think he just, based on the skid marks I can see there, he just locked it up. But it doesn't look like he's hit anything. So what they're going to do is literally push the car around and push it back down the hill. And they've just got to clear the bottom. So you'll see that actually that Clark's there's coordinating that. What you didn't see on the start line picture is the next car lined up, sort of just down below it. It's sort of from where they're in the paddock, the tire warming area and everything is sort of a bit of an uphill all the way to the start line. So gravity's great for getting the cars back, but we've got to move a car out of the way that's lined up in the paddock to see it start. So here you go. You see the cars coming back down again, and it's kind of like soapbox derby racers, this. You're just letting gravity do it. But he will have his foot on the brake so it doesn't get carry too much speed.
I think the main difference with soapbox races is that the wheels will not fall off that car.
No. You're thinking of those wacky racers ones where they put a big wig on. So on screen you can see there's the cue. You can see the start line right there with the big orange cone. So it looks like next up we're going to have Paul Crute in the Jaguar, I believe.
Yes, that looks like Paul Crute.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's sharing that car this weekend or not. But it's an OMS. Is it the OMS 28 with the V6 Jaguar engine in the back?
Yeah, that is the OMS with the V6 Jaguar. Great sounding car.
Yeah.
Paul always has this car immaculately
normally
presented.
shares the car, has another driver shares with, so we'll have to just see sorry, I can't see the number from this angle, so we will we'll get that for you in a second. Anyway, sorry about that.
You'll get to see you're getting all the action like we do here on the live stream, always you're standing here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've been keeping our rescue team busy today already.
Yeah. We don't want them getting rusty. We don't want them getting rusty. So it's nice of them. As always, thank you guys for helping, backing out. So, so standing at the start line is another one of our Clarks. That's Anne. Clark of the course, very experienced Clark Ed. She does several venues, and so we're getting up to the line now, and because the Jaguar V6 in the back, Paul's like, well, so the paint scheme is actually representing the old Jaguar Formula One race team paint scheme, but it is an OMS 28. He does share the car occasionally. It's car 136. I think that's actually the shared ad. 136. That's Paul Crute. So Paul's in the car. This is an OMS 28. This is in class L, racing cars over 2 liter. And he's on the line now. And off he goes. And this is a V6, essentially it's about as far as you can push a Jaguar V6 engine as you can in the engine building department. So, but it's a very lightweight engine actually in the back of this thing. And, through Logger Edge, down Fletcher's, comes down the hill there, 78 miles an hour to the braking a triangle, heading out the other side.
A beautiful car for Paul. And yes, as you mentioned, this was the car straight from probably the saloon cars that were built, like the XJ of the time. The 3-litre V6 built by Ford and Jaguar of the time, with a little bit of work from Cosworth to help the development of that engine, and that powers that beautiful OMS 28. Paul Crute is in this class is probably giving a lot of power compared to some of the bigger V8 cars, but still 52 seconds for Paul Crute, so great time. Terry Graves follows him in the Gould DJ 55. This is running the XD IndyCar engine at the back. Great sounding car. If you're today on the hill, I'm sure you're going to enjoy that. And if you can pick it up on the live stream, a fantastic sound from that car. Terry Graves already through museum, up through the gears, through the finish straight. That's going to be a time of 49.31 for Terry Graves.
Right, and Simon Andrews and Bernard Kevel shared OMS 28. Always got a smile on the face, all friendly competition. Simon's normally a little bit quicker than Bernard, but at the last event, Bernard was quicker than Simon. And they're usually like tenths between them. So right now, Bernard's on a 49.3, except Simon's now on a 49.05. So he those two will sit there and do that all weekend. They're not worried about anybody else around them. The two of them just love having fun. And enjoying their day out. Car 140 is Jack Cottrell. Delara Cosworth has gotten into the top 10 runoffs the last few events with this. It's actually been in the top 5. So, and this unique Delara Cosworth. So it's sort of a Delara chassis at the front, tub of a circuit race car, and it's got, I think it's got a Firestorm back into it, if I remember correctly, but it does have the 2.65 liter V8 IndyCar engine, 47.47. So not quite off the pace. There's a lot of cars quicker than there. It'll be interesting to see. So David Urin in the GR55B, sharing this weekend with Nicola Menzies, wife of Wallace, who stayed home to go kart racing with the kids, and 128 miles an hour.
Yeah, Dave, brave on the breaker at the end of the Cedar Straight, and Dave currently standing 8th on the championship so far this season. So 44.93, so just under the 45-second mark for Dave. Great. And here's one of the young guns here that we have in this class, Matter, who's been winning a few of the runoff this season, and who's been pushing this car. Car he shares with the builder of this car, Sean Gould. Matt Ryder is really one of the talent that we have here in the UK, and probably a future hill climb champion.
I think he's going to be. I think he's going to give Wallace and Company a real hard time next year. I think they're going to make a run at.
Yeah, he has been getting quicker and quicker. 44.98 for Matt Ryder. That puts him third in this second practice run.
Right, Trevor Willis on the hill, number 4 last year in the championship. I'll check with my scorekeeper on where he is this year at the moment. But in the OMS 28, I think actually he's 5th, if my memory serves, but it might be wrong. And he's already heading up the hill to the museum. Out the other side, foot to the floor. What can it do? A 45.12 puts him up into 4th. But Scott Moran's on the hill, 6-time champion. This is his last event in the single-seater for a while. He's taking some time off to do family. But he will be playing around possibly in tin tops. So stay tuned. You're going to see Scott's doing double duty this weekend. But I'll let our viewers online wait to find out about that one. Anyway, Scott's gone across with a 43.84. He's put that down and left everybody else going. Right. So there we go. Oh no! Now here we go.
Potentially, Scott could potentially get into the tin top runoff and the single.
He could get into the tin top runoff and the top 10.
He would have a really busy day, but
now this is Alex Summers on the line in his own design, built in the backyard, AFS P4T. It's got the back end of a Firestorm, and it's got the 2.65 IndyCar engine in this car. And it's the Firestorm that has the other one. Yeah.
It's the other way around, Owen.
No?
This is the 2.5 V6 from Opel, and
okay.
Alex has been
the
Firestorm with the XD engine, which is the back end of what we have seen on the Delara. So
no, you're right. But his goal, last event, Prescott, he got into the top 12 runoff twice. He was absolutely over the moon. This weekend, he won't be happy unless he gets a point. He is hunting for a point, so let's see what he can do.
He will be trying hard, and obviously it's his pride and joy. Then he will be pushing that car to the limits. It's 45.62. That puts him right into the contention. That'll be time 7 in class so far.
Yeah, he has done a little development work since Prescott. There's been a bit of change. He's done a little bit of aero changes and a couple of other things. So they are looking to, he's looking to improve on that. Right. So
yeah, you're right, Owen.
Yes.
And you can't do everything when you're driving, building the car. Obviously, it's been a family affair.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of work are still to be done. And hill climb is all about the small details and the small improvements that you'll get throughout the seasons. It's the first time that this car has competed throughout this season.
Yeah.
It's great to see Alex competing in this car again this weekend. And we were very privileged here at Loton Park to see him shaking down the car here for the first time in practice. We're just going to say hello to Michael.
Michael Van Ale from Belgium. Thank you for joining us, Michael. I hope we pronounced it right. Might have been Michelle, so apologize for that. We're still working on our English. Justin Porter in Ohio. I think that's El Riak. Oh, I'm going to get into trouble for that. Well, good morning for you. We are in the afternoon here, but I think Ohio, if my memory serves, is about 6 hours behind us. Montreal, JRD, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I have been to Montreal several times for the Formula One and for the Canadian Rally Championship. I've been in the 90s. We were there for a couple events or traveled through there. So thank you for joining us. It's brilliant. Good day all from Tassie, Max 65. Now, Tassie, I know there's an American place in America that's nicknamed Tassie, and I keep thinking what it is. I don't want to offend anybody, but it might be a place called Tassie. So there's a lot of stuff going through my head right now. But, oh, no, it's the Australian. It's good day. Good day. So it's good day from Australia. So thank you for joining us, Max 65. It's really good. Thank you for letting us know. Jersey Motorsports, not a problem. It's a passion. I know it's Rich's passion, and we as commentators are more than happy to support Rich and whatever he wants to do in regards to this. And I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage from Jersey and the Channel Islands. So we are running international today. We've got hello Jersey from here in sunny Ludlow. Okay, drone geeks. Ludlow? Yeah, I guess they're close enough. Yep, it's a beautiful afternoon. Not too hot, not too cold, and the sun's shining with a little bit of hazy clouds, so we're doing all right.
Yeah, we need to have drone geeks up here tomorrow. He could.
Al Tennant is in Finland.
Oh, okay.
What's he doing in Finland? Well, he's abroad. He's missing out on the hill climb action. No, you're not, Al, because you're watching it live on live stream.
Yeah.
There you go.
Actually, I noticed quite a few hill climbs in Finland. But it's mostly gravel.
Yeah, it's true. I've never seen a Finnish tarmac rally. I'm trying to think about that. WPVW Australia. Greetings from Nowra, Australia. 20 minutes past midnight here. You're a very dedicated viewer, sir. Appreciate your support, and I hope you're enjoying the afternoon. And you're not using this to put yourself to sleep. We'll talk louder, so thank you there. Yes, it is very nice today at Loton Park. Not sure about tomorrow, Tom. This is Tom Rentham. Hello from Germany, Bavaria. Thank you. Hopefully your weather's not too bad, but thank you for joining us. Sydney, Australia, Bob 351 saying hello from Sydney. Hello back to you, Bob.
He looks like he likes the same thing as you. That looks like a big V8.
That looks like a V8. Oh, they like their V8s in Australia, so yep, got to have the V8s.
Oh, and I think we're going to have a car. Where
are we going to have a car now?
Yeah, on the start line.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet you it's a Brabham.
It is.
BT21?
It is indeed. And it's Martin Jones.
It's Martin Jones. In the it's 1600 cc, this thing, isn't it? It's a 1600
yes,
Cosworth,
you're right,
I believe. Yeah.
This is one of two of the Brabham that we have in this class. Class M. This is sports racing cars manufactured up to 1971. So we're going into a bit of the historics, and that's what we have coming up here today on the hill. Martin Jones, looking at the previous times here at Loton. I think had a bit of a
oopsie
on these previous runs, so we'll be trying to make it up on this second practice run. Obviously, no problems through the Cedar Straight. This is a great, beautiful car. Absolutely love to see them. Those single seaters, they look absolutely wonderful. And when you are here, if you're spectating here at Loton Park, gonna have a look at those cars. Have a close eye on this. Andy Tippett quickly follows him in the nozzle of the Brabham BT30. I believe the X will be standing for the experimental car that role that this car has had.
It was a test mule. It was never a race car.
In these early days, yes. And it was a 59.20 for Martin Jones. Andy Tippett in this beautiful BT30. This is powered by V8 3.5 litre Rover engine. It makes all the right noises and sound, and it's a great car as well to see. Going to have a look in the paddock as well. It's a wonderful car. 57.94 for Andy Tippett.
Andy's actually currently tied for third in the Midland Hillclimb Championship, so there is some points to be gained this weekend here. Piers Tyne in the Austin Cooper S, beautiful car. First time, tried to see what it was like as a lawnmower. It didn't work very well as a lawnmower, so he's put it back to Hillclimb spec saloon car. Classic Mini, as always, as Ben says, we don't run an event without having at least one Classic Mini on site. I think it's in the rule book somewhere. But Piers is Saloon and Sports Cars up to 1971. He's heading across the line with a time of 67.62. And now we're into third practice runs. These are our double-driven cars. Third practice run. That's David Wilson. We're back to Class A1 for third practice times. And that's David Wilson in the Lotus Elise. And he's already...
that doesn't look
that's
like
not a Lotus Elise. That's a Peugeot 205. Now, Ben, I'm pretty sure you can identify that as a Peugeot 205.
Quite easily, and I think
60.87 for David. That keeps him about fourth in practice.
Yeah,
Dave Garnett in the Clio.
Great time for David, and David Garnett follows him in the Renault Clio, regular competitor on the hill here in the UK, David, and campaigning this Renault Clio. This is a 182 Cup car, so 2-litre 4-cylinder, revs about 7,000 RPM, and that's a great car, very affordable, although the prices here in the UK are sort of slowly going up. David all the way through the finish straight to 64.30. Mary Elliott quickly follows him in the about 124 Spider. This is a cousin of the Mazda MX-5, except it's running a 1.4 turbo engine, 6-speed gearbox, the power to the rear wheels, an ideal sports car for hills, and a great, very competitive car in this class. Car that's proven to be very competitive. 65.06 for Mary Elliott.
Yeah, no improvement on the second practice time. If you're watching on the live stream, on the screen there, you'll see the practice times on the left. That's their best practice time of the day so far. We are into third. Well, this will be Robin Johnson. He's doing a second practice run now. But you'll watch the timing screen. If it doesn't light up, they haven't improved on the practice time they've already done. So if it lights up, then it is an improvement. So we'll see what happens. But Robin shares his Tiga SF83 with John Mackerel. So it's a battle. It's an internal battle, this one. One car, two drivers in the class. A 59.72. You see it's a gray. No improvement on the time earlier. We've got Ben Fisher, normally drives an OMS Hornet. Engine needs a rebuild, so out for the season. So he's driving Dad Phil's Subaru Impreza. He's car 734. He's actually an A3 car. This is four-wheel drive, series production cars, four-wheel drive. So road-going cars, but the four-wheel drive version. We have an assortment of those. And he's done a 64.70. No improvement again. Now, is that end of batch?
I believe it will be.
I think it might be.
It will be end of batch.
Okay, so end of batch.
Ben Fisher did improve on his second previous run, but it's still not enough to push him up in the order of that class.
No, so it's
but it was still a good improvement, about 4/10 from his second run. So you'll be pleased with that. On probably what will be this final practice run for today, right? Or when I believe?
Yeah, so 3 practice runs today. So a couple of those cars, they're double-driven cars. So yeah, Ben and a few others. The car will be back with another driver, but the drivers themselves, that's their 3 runs for the day. And just having a look at the old clock here. So we're at 3 o'clock. So it took us about an hour and not bad, an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes to get through that lot. So so now we've got a batch returning to paddock. So if you're watching live stream, you see the cars just coming out of the holding area up top of the hill there. So they go across the finish line, and then there's sort of an access road. They follow it down, they turn right, and then they turn right again, and it goes into a holding area. And there's a marshals up there. So the road-going cars and all that, they pretty much drive themselves back down. But the the single-seaters and that, normally the marshals will push them and they come down. They literally use gravity to come back down the hill again. It's because the engines are so temperature sensitive that they just try to maintain no wear and tear. They don't want to start them unless they have to. So you see cars coming back down now. So this is the great thing about hill climbing. We just watched 15 minutes ago. We saw Scott Moran and Matt Ryder in what is the latest ultimate spec hill climb cars at the top end of the thingy, and the top end of the thing. And then we start with road going cars at the other end. So you can, like I said, you can go into hill climbing just driving your road car.
Yes, and this is what we got coming up next.
Yeah. How's that for a segue?
We'll be back into Class A1. So road going production cars up to 2 litre. Yeah. And there's always a great battle, but I'm just been looking at the time from practice run, and I know Peter Siddle has been on a mission this season to try and snatch hill records in this class in his Renault Clio.
How close how's he doing?
58.81 on his second practice run today, and the hill record is about 58.64, so it's about 2/10, less than 2/10 from that record. So let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, and Sarah Bosworth holds that record, and she switched classes and now racing the Formula Ford. So she's actually present this weekend. So, and how long she had that? She's had that record for a while, I think.
Yeah, 2014. That was
so that's 9 years that record stood. So Sarah's quite proud of her records on that. I do know that she holds them all over the place. So anyway, all the cars are back in the batch. So we'll have to keep an eye on Peter over the weekend. I know he was trying at Prescott, just couldn't do it. He was close, but no cigar. So he's pushing that car as far as you can literally push a road going. Now, when Sarah set that time, it was in a Lotus Elise. So that was actually in, more of a sports car. Peter's trying to do it in a grocery getter, which is, shopping trolley, whatever you want to call it, front-wheel drive car, where Sarah's was a rear-wheel drive car. So we'll have to see. But yeah, on your screen there, that's a completely standard MX-5. It's about 18 years old, and he's having just as much fun as the competitors in the single-seaters. So, if not more fun, because he can just put his helmet in the boot and drive off, where the other guys a little bit more maintenance to do. On the line is Joy Hoyle, very experienced competitor, an instructor at the driving schools here, one of the instructors, and a Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Shares this car with Ray Lohr. They've been longtime friends, and they race against each other. And she's beaten Ray on occasion, but I think after second practice, Ray was second and Joy was third. I think Ben has access to some extra timing on his side of the shed, so we'll see what our numbers geek can come up with here. So while he's looking up there, and Jamie Chalmers has left the line in that stock Mazda MX-5. So Joy's heading up the top. What did she do? What are we looking for?
Yeah, Joy posted a 58.70 on the second practice run. So that was about a second slower than Ray Lohr in the same car. But Joy Hall already going through the finish straight. It's a time of a 58.60, so you should progress by about 1/10.
Yeah.
So still good going for that. And Jamie Chalmers in the Mazda MX-5 car that's been sold in, I think, almost 1 million. And this is the second generation that you get to see pretty much the answer to everything when you want to get a sports car. Rear-wheel drive, very reliable, and then you can enjoy some top-down motoring in this car. This is a standard car that Jamie is campaigning in this class. He'll be going through the finish straight in a minute, but we've got Ian Richards, car that he shares with the Dave Garnett, and those two are always having a great battle every single time they go out and every single weekend. Jamie Chalmers is 68.92. Ian Richards is making his way through the second part of the hill, through the finish straight. It'll be a time of 60, bit more than this, 62.49.
It's a 60 ooh. 62.49. So he's taken the lead in the after his adventures on his first time run this morning, or practice run. Hugh Elliott, a very quick competitor here in this class. Loton Park regular, so knows of course well. Is making good time up there, but not as used off the pace a little bit that time. That's 62.66, so about 3/10 slower. John Langmead, and this is one of them. We've got Peter Siddle. Now these two are probably going to be elbowing it for the class win. They were doing it at Prescott, so Peter's trying to break there, but break the class record. John keeps getting in the way. So John's done a 59.00, so is that a improvement there? Ben's watching Peter out the window there, not a problem. He's keeping track of time. We've got Peter in his well-built engine. It's still a road car, still legal, still got seats interior and everything else like that. But he's actually going quicker, heading into Museum, or through Fallow, up into Museum, and around he goes, heads across towards the line. And then on screen you've got Robert Wilson in the little Peugeot 1.9. Peter's on a 58.52, so he's gotten quicker. Got another couple tenths there. And then Robert Wilson, that is not a Lotus Elise, that is a Peugeot 205.
Yeah, and Peter with that time of 58.52, that would have been a class record, but obviously still practice. So no champagne just yet. He'll be hoping for the same condition tomorrow, but we know we might have some rain, so this might not happen. Robert Wilson in the Lotus Elise is 61.19. Sorry, it's not the Lotus Elise, it's the Peugeot 205. And the Peter Herbert follows in the Porsche 911. This is car number 22. This is the 3.8 litre engine, so a little bit more than what you would have found originally in that car. But meanwhile, we have Barry Holt, who I believe has spun outside of triangle.
Just on triangle, got the foot on the power, and it rotated around. Might have a replay in a minute, we can have a look. But Barry, where are we? So Peter Herbert got across the line in a 61.21, or we'll just check that. Rodney Isles, is, you see him on the screen, that's not a Honda S2000, that is an Alfa Romeo 4C. Rodney needs a class record to try and fend off Jonathan Varley in the BMTR Motorsports Midland Hillclimb Championship. We'll get back into that, delve into that one more later. So we've got the BMW out of the way. He just sort of did a rotated donut. We've got a bit of schmaltz on the track, but I'm not sure the marshals will have a quick look. If it's just the odd little tree branch, they won't, or tree leaf or something, they won't worry about it. But if it's mud, they may quickly do a thing. Yeah, so that's so we'll just look at A2 for a second here. This is a road going series production over 2 liter. We got Richard York sitting on the line, ready to go in the Porsche 718 GT4 Club Sport. This class, Rodney Isles is the class record holder, but he really needs to set another class record to get bonus points in his battle with Jonathan Varley for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So that's the challenge at the moment. But anyway, Richard York's on the hill in this Porsche thing that Ben's about to tell you what's in the back of it, because. And then Ross McDonald's on the line in the classic Porsche Carrera 2.7 RS, but that's got a 3.2 in it. Ben?
Yes, this could be this class could be called the Porsche dealership, because we've got so many Porsches in that class. And you'll see also Simon Edginson in his beautiful BMW M2, but this is one of the 718 GT4 Club Sport. This is one of the 4 litre. The GT4 variant of the Porsche 718, or the Cayman as they were called just in the previous generation, is the track version of those cars. It's a great 6-cylinder in the middle of the car. 57.92 for Richard York. Ross McDonald in this very beautiful 2.7 RS replica with a 3.3 litre engine at the back. Great classic shape from this car. This is pretty much the way that the 911 first looked as it came out back in the 90s, 60s. The Porsche 911 celebrated another anniversary this year, and the shape hasn't changed. It's the engine at the back that gives them great traction out of those corners, and it's a great car to enjoy on the track, and a very successful car. 64.40 for Ross McDonald. Richard Snow in a Porsche Cayman GT4. So this is the previous generation to the 718 that we've just seen coming up, the blue one. And yes, this is a 3.8 litre car, 83 miles an hour, and those cars are really, really powerful. But Rodney Howes in the Alfa Romeo 4C, this is not a Honda S2000, this is the Alfa Romeo 4C. Rodney Howes has been going real well in this class, posting some class record as well. Just going to have a quick look. I believe he might be onto something here, or he might have improved on his previous run, but he's looking really good, and he's got to have a class record, as you mentioned, Owen. Rodney Howes going through the second part of his run, through the finish straight, and that's a time of 58.49.
Yeah, so no improvement. Tomorrow's conditions, they don't count in practice. It's only time runs only. So tomorrow's mixed bag of weather. It'll be hit and miss whether he can pull it off, but it depends on what Jonathan Varley does in regards to that battle for the championship. David Meek in the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. Shared it with his son last time out at Prescott. This weekend he's on his own. Son went and got a Honda S2000, but couldn't get the entry to get in time. He's got a 60.05, so a little bit slower than morning practice. Robert Lancaster Gay, who's actually the class leader, is actually quicker than Rodney Howes so far today, and looks like he's going quicker again in the Porsche Cayman GT4. So the last couple of events, Rodney's had his elbows out and fended off all the Porsche attacks, but he's got his hands full this time based on the practice times here. Coming into view now in the triangle, that's Simon Hutchinson, a regular Loton Park competitor. BMW M2 competition, but is sort of a cat amongst the pigeons here because he's sitting third in class right now, which might have an effect on things over the course of the weekend. So Simon Tarling did a 60.55, so that's somewhere in the same neighborhood thereof what he did earlier. And yeah, Simon's heading through, and then it's Robbie Barrow in the Cayman GTS.
Yeah, Simon Hutchinson will be looking to get probably in the top spots of 59.14. That puts him third in the class, but it's not an improvement from his previous run. He did a 58.45. But we've got Chris Berriford in this beautiful Subaru Impreza 2-litre car. Robbie is going to go through the finish straight in the Porsche Cayman GTS. This is the 4-cylinder, 58.80. Great time for him, still fourth in class. Phil Fisher Chris Beresford posting purple times all the way through, so on a great run for him. He was already through the finish straight, and off he goes. It's a time of a 57.25.
Yeah, Chris Beresford, that's another Stephen Daly prepared Subaru, Dolly, sorry, which you'll see a bit later with he's sharing the Damien Bradley Subaru this weekend, and they're all battling for that tin top championship thing. So Phil Fisher, you saw son Ben in the car. Phil's already out right now, so this is a father-son battle in this car. Pretty much standard car, this one, compared to Chris Beresford's, who's pretty much about as all you can do to a production car within the rule book. And then you've got completely standard Toyota Yarai. We've got three of them, so I guess we'll call them Yarai. Yaris can't be Yarises. But Peter Richens, we've got Alan Mansfield and Simon Fido's actually marshalling. Ian Fido, Dad, is in his Toyota Yaris. So we've got Yarai. Got him. I made him. I couldn't get. I tried to get Ben to sort of not be able to answer that one. I looked at him and he just like went, "Oops."
Well, I call them the Yaris Grr because the angry version of the shopping cart version. But there's
You can still go shopping in one of these.
You can still go shopping. They're the hungry version that you're just gonna get to Tesco a little bit quicker than your standard hybrid Yaris that you can get.
Yeah, other supermarkets are available.
Obviously.
Yes.
And Alan Mansfield is just going through the finish straight, and it's a time of 74.53. We've got a bit of a Toyota dealership here in the paddock, because you've got another one that follows him. It's Ian Fido in these Toyota Yaris GR. This car was built by Toyota as a homologation special, so a lot of the car enthusiasts were raving about this car. It's four-wheel drive, 3-cylinder, 1.6 litre, 260 horsepower. But we've got Andrew Coleman in this Audi TT RS. This is a four-wheel drive car, 5-cylinder, 2.5, making about 300 horsepower, and it's a really competitive car. Andrew Coleman was so far standing second in this class with a 57.90. Let's see if he can improve. Doesn't look like he has been pushing this hard in this practice run, but it will still be time in the 58.26, so not far from his best time earlier today.
Yeah, just looking at that, the track I think is cooled off a bit because the sun's gone in a bit. We still there, but we've got a bit of a breeze going. It's not the warmest of days. I'm still wearing 3 layers. Ben's in a t-shirt. So, well, yeah, he's younger, remember, so yeah, he can tolerate this. Although he keeps chasing flies. I don't know what he's doing with them. I don't want you to know doing them. But anyway, so return to batch. So the cars are coming back down the hill again. And we'll just take this time out, as always, to thank our rescue crew, if they can stay awake. Nope, they can't hear me.
Well, I'm just having a quick look at the chat whilst we got Batch returning back.
I should tell to our online viewers that actually the spectators here in the spectator area and up the top of the hill, even though we're in Triangle, they can hear us on site all the way up to the top of the hill and museum, etc. So sometimes we're talking to yourselves and sometimes we're talking to the spectators. So if things seem to go a little off-piste, or we're suddenly bantering about something, or you're having a bit of a joke about something, it might be because it's actually here and not online. I know we're naughty sometimes for that, but I hope you don't mind it. You know, we enjoy the sport. You're watching. We hope you enjoy the sport and the action. And you know, we're enthusiasts, and I'm a competitor. I'm not quite sure how long before Ben can resist the chance to take his car up the hill. I wouldn't be surprised if he joins the driving school next year. I'm trying to twist his arm, folks. So, you know.
Stop tempting me. Yeah. I was just having a quick look at our live chat, and
oh yes, you're watching. See, this is young people technology. He's got the live chat going on his phone in here. Rich is going, oh no, don't do it.
Well, we have people watching from Japan.
Japan?
Yes.
Really?
Hello from Japan. I am Carl Videos. Hello, Carl. I suppose that's your name.
Yes.
So hello from Japan.
Well, yes. Hello to Japan. That's a new one. That's brilliant. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying it.
And yeah, just going through this, and people are just getting excited with what we have on the start line.
Oh, we got some stuff now, and we got to. Here's the surprise that people, if they're just joining us, watching us, this is, you know, if you're following the British Hillclimb Championship, you'll know the person, but what you won't quite understand is about what he's yeah. We'll get back to that in a minute. But on the line now is the fastest saloon, fastest tin top in the country, holds class records at numerous venues. Damien Bradley, who's the car there, you'll see him to the left of the car. This is on live stream. You see him wearing the driving suit there, the black and the white one, talking to two competitors. That's Damien Bradley. He sort of drives that car anywhere and everywhere. He has told me, because he's been doing all sorts of extra events. He did the last event, he did the Brighton time trials on the Saturday, then came all the way to Prescott to do the British Championship on the Sunday. which he could do because they had a morning practice that fit within the rules. But he's actually told me that he's going to step back and focus strictly on the British Championship next year. No extracurricular events for the car. They're also looking for a title sponsor for this. So if anybody's watching online and wants to help Damien go, this is a low-budget effort in comparison. Behind you, you're trying to figure out, why is that car moving and Damien is standing there? Well, that's Stephen Dolly's in the car. He's sharing it this weekend. And Stephen actually built this thing and has helped develop it. He is a Subaru specialist, and he does a lot of that. And he has built himself a new car, an Impreza, and he did have it out last weekend at his first event, but there was some teething troubles, and Stephen is leading the Tin Top Championship, this three venue, 6-event championship. He is leading it, so he's in Damien's car. So let's see what Stephen can do. Stephen actually set a personal best on his second practice of a 52.35, and looking for more. And Damien was just behind him with a 5:52.95. If you're here in a program, or you see on the list on the screen Stephen Moore, he's been having clutch problems, a bit of operational with the clutch and stuff like that, and they were trying, before I came back on air, they were frantically trying to get to the bottom of the problem. And they're hoping they resolved it. You can see the car dancing, the back end of the car going up the hill here. So this is where we're at. Now, Stephen Moore actually beat Damon Bradley at Prescott 2 weeks ago, so not by much. It was pretty much 0.01 of a second. But so Stephen's up, across the line he goes with a 53.27, so he's lost about a second. That's Mike West in the Fisher Fury Kawasaki engined kit car.
Yes, engine at the front and the power to the rear wheels. A great car, very, very lightweight. There's not much body to this car. You can see the car just dancing through the Cedar Straight and hard on the brake, 80 miles an hour onto the entry. Now, sometimes you might see some crazy speed at the end of the Cedar Straight. It's just how brave the drivers and when the drivers will pick up their braking points. Samuel Nicholson in the Mallock Mark 20, a great car that we get to see around the UK on the hill climbs and in different circuits. There's an entire series here in the UK dedicated to clubman cars. And then we've got Scott Murren in his Skoda Fabia R5.
Yes, big surprise here, folks, if you're just joining us. Scott Moran, who drives obviously a single-seater, and he is fastest so far in practice in the single-seater. Fastest time on the hill. You're not looking at it. He's double driving. He's jumping from the single-seater to Dad's rally car. And there's a battle going on here. Scott was leading Dad. Dad has now stepped up another second. But so he's jumping from one car to the other. So what you're witnessing here is the 6-time British Championship. He's driving 2 different cars. And we kind of worked it out. It's entirely possible he could get himself into both runoffs tomorrow. I'm not quite sure how that works, but we'll find out. But he's done a 54.51. So he's only, what do we got, 0.3 of a second behind Dad Roger in that class right now. But they're both giving the rest of the class runners a fit. Moving up to Sean Tom's Go Bowen in the Superlight 4R400 Caterham, and that's a Class B car. He's heading up across the finish line now. And on your screen is Malcolm Hickey in the Caterham 7. These are Class B. These are specialist road-going cars. So we've got the Caterhams, the Westfields, and so on and so forth.
Yes, and this will be the car where the category will have the battle of the Caterhams and the Westfields all together, with a few exotic names on the list, like this AMS Motia that John Pick is campaigning. This is actually a boxer engine from a Subaru, and John Pick will be, will hold off for a moment.
Right, so Richard Price has been brought to a stop. John Pick has stopped on the straightaway, so we'll get back to you in a minute. So Richard Price has been stopped, and he's heading back to the to the paddock. He's already been rerouted back. So this is road going specialty cars. So we will. We'll see what happened. John's actually stopped on the straightaway, so they're going to go and see what's up. Anyway, in the meantime, if you're watching online on the screen, you'll see a few more Caterhams. So we've got car. Oh, I wish they'd put numbers there. We've got car 48 and 49. Ben, who's car 48 and 49? We've got them on the line. Last of our road going specialist cars.
We've got Tim Higgins and Rob Lloyd
right
in this class. Both have been almost in the same times, but yes, in this class. Steve Gardner has been the quickest so far. A great time in this class of 57.57.
Okay.
But we'll see. Yes. It looks like the sun has gone down a bit, and the track temperature has probably dropped maybe a few degrees, and it doesn't seem to be.
Online, we've actually got a replay of John pick. It looks like there's nothing going on here. He entering the Cedar Straight, exiting keepers onto the Cedar Straight. Driver's right, dropped the right rear tire off, and it just rotated under power, and it just rotated him around to driver's left. So that's basically it, folks. So why is everybody in a hurry and a panic? Because we're trying to keep the things going. So we're trying not to delay people too much. A couple of notes in regard to Class B. Car number 41, I don't believe will be running anymore this weekend, so that'll be a scratch. And
I've got. I've written on my program.
Oopsie.
And as I saw the car coming down the hill, I wrote boo
boo. Yeah. Okay. You're getting the terminology. We're getting better at that. Excellent. Yeah. I had an oopsie and ended up with a boo boo.
So yeah, shame for Christopher.
I don't know what the Australian translation for boo boo is.
Well, we've got an international
but
audience,
in America,
so put it in the live chat.
Yeah, but you see, in America, if you say Boo Boo, you think of Yogi Bear, which was a cartoon. You had Yogi and Boo Boo in the picnic basket. So there's no rush. You see, they just want to get go get John out of the weeds and get him out of the way, clear up, so we can carry on. But we got some different camera angles this weekend. So if you're here live and everything like that, you've got to check it out, because Rich has placed the camera angles up the Cedar Straight in a slightly different place and nice and low down, and it really shows you how much the car is actually moving towards the top of the hill, dancing around even. So, that's good. So
yeah, you're right, Owen, and there's almost a small bump in the middle of that straight, and sometimes it might upset the car, and it's great because this is where we get to see the cars at their top speed throughout their runs. It looks like the rescue team is well on the way and looking at attending the car. I don't know
there's a monster on the screen. On our camera, something really huge and hideous just walked across the lens, which is probably a little bug or something. But on this screen, it's like some sort of weird alien adventure. I am going to say something. We have he's marshalling today. We have a regular competitor, Dave Nill. Yeah, A40 Dave Nill. Well, he couldn't hear us this morning. And he sent me a message. He said, "I can't hear you. I'm on marshalling post, whatever it was." And I said, "I hope you have a loudspeaker." And he said, "No, I can't hear you." Well, apparently they've moved the marshals around, and he can now hear us. So, Dave, shout out to Dave. He's restoring his A40 race car, Hillclimb car, and he's got a YouTube channel. And I wish I could remember what the name of it was at the moment, but I'm sure he's going to send it to me because he can hear me. But a shout out to Dave. Simon Fido's another driver who he's taking time off from racing, and he's marshalling out there because it's what you do. It gets into your blood, and even though you can't, not going to compete, take time out and do this, that, and everything else, it's you know, you do something. So a lot of the volunteers and officials actually race themselves, or you know, some racers or just take time out. I was talking to Damian Bradley, who you just saw was talking about earlier ago, and he was at Harewood last weekend, and he marshaled. He decided to do some marshalling last weekend while Stephen was running his car. So, yeah, hang on. David has just sent me a message, and it is Dave's Shed. And he's doing this long series on this restoration of the car, little updates, rust repair, mechanical everything. So check it out. It's Dave's Shed on YouTube. And Diamond Dave? Not quite sure what that reference is, but you can speak to the other marshals down there. So Diamond Dave has a YouTube channel called Dave's Shed, and he's restoring his A40 race car. And I think it started off with a little bit of repair. It was a running joke last season. Not a running joke, but a running theme, let's say. There was no joke. No joke when you're competing. And Dave was trying to break 80 seconds with a engine, because a good engine, it kept causing trouble. So he kept grabbing the red engine out from under the bench. He had this engine stuck under the bench. Keep sticking it in the car, which an A40 you can. It's like 3 bolts and a wire, and the whole thing comes out. And we were trying to coax him, and he did it in the end. It was literally, we were coaxing him up the hill on the commentary. Come on, Dave, this thing, he tried so hard. He finally did break 80 seconds. Obviously, it's a historic class car. But, well, there we go. On screen, John Pick, the Mertaya, is on its way back down the hill, looking a little embarrassed for itself. The foliage and the ferns have taken a little bit of a beating today. So that looks a little, yeah, that's something. I say that left front's looking just a little, what's the term? Skew whiff. Oh, the whole bump front's up a bit. It's a little mucky.
The car is crabbing a bit.
Yeah, it's got a little, I'd say the alignment is slightly out on the left front side. But nothing major. He's safe. He's fine. Marshals will just check the dirt. Check the dirt? They'll check the Good grief. They'll check the tarmac to make sure it's all clean and tidy. And off we go. Good thing there's 4 of us tomorrow, because I'd hate to do tomorrow by myself, or just the 2 of us. Can you imagine? We'd get to about 11 o'clock, and then it would just be forget it.
Well, yeah, everything.
Rich would start commentating himself. That's how bad it would get. But yeah, sorry.
Well, Dave would gave up marshalling and maybe jump in the shed for.
I tried to interview Dave. I had the microphone. He was actually marshalling here at the last event where you were missing. And I stepped outside. We were trying to get things done. I had to walk around with a handheld mic. And I did try to interview Dave, and he just gave me, because he's taller than I am, and he's got a meaner-looking hat. So
you ran away from
I just looked at me. He just said, point that at me. Or, that was it. You just don't mess around with the Dave. But, yeah, check out his channel. He's done this whole series on it. And hopefully the car will be ready for next year. And, yeah, so but there you go. But a shout-out, like I said, competitors that still come out and marshal and support. And that's what hill climbing is all about. So just like the sport. Right, on the hill, on the start line, there's a car. It hasn't moved yet, but it will be. It will be moving very soon. It's either going to be Richard Price or Steve Gardner. It's going to be Steve Gardner. See, I'm not doing too bad. Now, did Steve have an issue? Did Steve own one of our oopsies from earlier, or was that Richard Price?
No problem for.
Oh no, yeah, Richard had that bad run. He kind of got ugly in one of the corners and just kind of messed it up.
Steve Gardner is actually going real well currently. Leading the class in practice, 57.57.
Ray Roar is right behind him with a 57.68. So
some tough competition behind him. And Steve just jumped off the line, no problem in this Westfield SCI. And Yeah, I don't think there is a red flag anymore.
Yeah.
If you're
watching online, ignore the red flag on the screen thing.
no problem.
Right, here comes Steve.
Steve has been standing on the line for a while, but he's running again, and he'll be pushing through that run, and we'll have Ray following him.
Yeah.
He'll be pushing that car. The class record for reference here in Class B is a 52.57. So we're a few seconds off this, and this was a record that was set back in 2012.
Was that jet powered or something? It's like 5 seconds quicker than some very quick cars.
Very quick, but usually just we'll see a very close competition. 57.30. Steve Garner improves on his previous run. He'll be pleased with that run.
Oh yes, 57.30. So put a gap between him and Ray, but Ray's on the track right now. No purple sectors yet. So up the not-so-cedar straight, or the cedar not-so-straight? What are we going to call this thing? It's a cedar straight, but as you can tell, folks, it's not. And you can still get over 100 miles an hour. He's done 84 miles an hour on the zigzag. Comes through there. So Ray's heading across the line with a 50. That can't be right. Oh, hold on. There's still a bit more. I almost got carried away there. And Timothy Higgins in the Westfield SEI. But, yeah, Ray's only done a 6.056, so he's lost some time somewhere. I think the track's getting slower.
Yeah, Ray looked to use the lot of the curb on the entry of Fallow at the end of the Cedar Straight. Whilst you can take this line, you want to try and get a little bit off the curb because it can be quite upsetting for the car. But Timothy Higgins can go through. It will be going through the finish straight to 62.20. Rob Lloyd in one of the MK Indy car. So this is inspired by the Caterham 7s and the Lotus 7 that Colin Chapman has designed back in the 60s. Very competitive car. But next up we've got Eric Murray in the Hillman Himp. This is a 1000cc turbocharged engine, and as you can see there's not much standard in this car. Well, it still looks like an Hillman Himp. It's very quite a powerful car, very lightweight as well. And yeah, very powerful car too on this hill. 77 miles an hour for 1000cc engine. Great going for Eric Murray. Richard Price follows him in the Caterham 7. This is the 1.6 Ford engine. Richard Price has been going real well again in this class as well. He'll be going Eric Murray at 59.35.
Yeah, Richard Price was 92 miles an hour up the top of Cedar Straight. So we're just out of the jink there. So Eric Murray was in class, hang on, let me get it right, C1, modified cars up to 1400cc, and Andrew Russell the same class. But Richard Price has just laid down a 56.80. That just puts him right up in the top of the class there in Class B. That's going to be a battle tomorrow. And on your screens now, Andrew Russell, Ginetta G15, longtime competitor in this class, in this car. And very reliable car, but yeah, engine in the back. Same type of engine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then we've got, now here's Gavin Neat. Now, on your screen, you see Michael Rutcher there in the Fiat. Unfortunately, it's broken a drive shaft, and it's out. But Gavin had a problem with his car, so the Fiat battery, this is the fastest the Fiat battery's ever gone up a hill because it's in Gavin Neat's car. Gavin had an electrical problem, so Michael kindly lent him his battery. So technically, you know, Michael Rutter's best time in the Fiat, his battery will actually have to set a bit quicker time.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Gavin in this under 14cc class has been pushing real hard, 85 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. He was pushing in the very first part and coming into our view at Triangle in the early part of this run, and the 58.37 is just 0.2 slower than his previous run, but it's still a great time, shows great consistency, and shows that he can set those times tomorrow again.
Yeah, Phil Tucker in the well, he was here in the last Loton Park, but sort of finished spectacularly, and thought was out for the season, but everything mechanically was okay, and they just pushed the roof up and off he goes again. So, and the car's running well, 59.96, and so a little bit off its time, but still sitting second in class. We're going to jump up to class C2. This is for modified cars up to 2 liter. Carl Stevens in your program and on screen, he had a gearbox issue and he's out for the weekend, unfortunately, but he is staying for the weekend, and he was down in the paddock helping fellow competitors sort out other problems. That's the sportsmanship of hill climbing. Carl Beeman has withdrawn due to a technical issue, so only 3 left in the class. We've got Roy Holder, who's regular completer here. Regular competitor here at Loton, and is on the committee as well of the organizers. And we've got Mike Harriman in Renault Clio Mark 1, who's down in the 58s with this car. That's about his PB is something. I'm not sure if he got to the 57s yet.
Yeah, Mike is always a very consistent driver in this car, knows the track real well here, and in this beautiful Clio Mark 1. This is running a 2-liter engine, the F4R engine that you'll get to find in the Mark 2 and the Mark 3 engines as well. And then next up is Stuart Reid in the Peugeot 205, and he's just been pushing this car, almost had a 2-second lead in the previous run, 59.29 for Mike Harriman, so no improvement on his previous run, but keep an eye on Stuart Reid because he will definitely going to be pushing in his posting purple cycle sectors all the way through into the Cedar Straight. And yeah, definitely he's been pushing in this first part. He showed at the bottom of the hill, he'll probably show at the top. And you can see the car just gently bouncing out of the corner, 56.41.
That's a half a second quicker. I haven't seen Stuart before. Apparently come down from Scotland, I believe, regular competitor up there. So
you get to pronounce that one.
Yeah, Stuart Reid from Blairgowrie in Scotland. I'm going with Scotland on that. Blairgowrie. Anyway, that is the end of batch, I believe.
Yes, it's the end of batch 3, so we'll be, well, after 3 comes 4.
Oh, you're getting better with the numbers.
I am, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah, very impressive run for Stuart Reid, improving consistently throughout the day. But keep an eye on this beautiful Legacy that has been making its way back the hill. This is the quickest tin top car that we'll see here today, probably. Tomorrow.
That's a bold statement. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've just got a message. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Chris can hear me. Yeah, not yet. Haven't sussed it. Yeah, so cars are returning to batch. And yep, so you come down. So that's their 3rd practice for the day. So they're done for the day. So they'll become spectators. And what's that course car doing up there? So they're coming back down. Right, so next up we have some single seaters. Now in batch 5, at the beginning, we have doing batch 4 or 5? Batch 4, sorry. At the beginning, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 double-driven cars to start with. Actually, it was 7, sorry. Car 96 is Clive Austin. And so they'll go back up, but we do have some big hitters in this thing. We've got Alan Warburton, father of David Warburton, in there, and a few of the other big cars. So Yeah, and then we'll go into, then we start getting into the more the smaller single-seaters, and it bounces around backwards. We'll also see the Legacy again. Damian Bradley, they're just switching drivers now, and Damian Bradley will be up to the line. So we'll be out of sequence a little bit because of the double-driven car. So we will get lined up in a minute.
Yeah, not sure if Stephen Moore will be running for that third practice run.
No.
Otherwise, it'll be the battle with the Legacy, the friendly battle between the Damian Bradley and Stephen Darley.
Yeah. So we have, I believe this is one of this should be car 810, so this should be Jonathan Fleshler on the line. And it is Jonathan Fleshler on the line in the OMS 28. This is Dad. He shares the car with son Dylan. They hail from Harrogate, and that's Yorkshire. That's north from here, by the way, if you're watching online, and you're from a different country. And yeah, this is an OMS 8 with a 998 cc. So this is a racing car up to 600 and 1100 cc's. And then following him is Ben Hamer in the Almost 28, and the only turbocharged car in his class. But in order to make it fit on the equivalency rule, it's only 784 cc's, but it's got a hair dryer stuck to the side of it. And he's coming into view now. Jonathan Flesher's heading up to museum now.
Yeah, I call it Snell. You call it a hairdryer, but yeah, one of the only turbocharged car in this class, and Ben Hammer has been posting a time just under the 50-second mark, a 49.51 so far. So let's see if he can improve on that. The big challenge in this class is to get into the 48. It looks like he had a little bit of a moment, but gathered it together on the entry of museum. Probably clipped a bit of the inside of the corner, 50.18. That's costed him some time, but Robin Wood quickly follows him in the false PT. One of the few falls that we have today. This car is powered by 1,000 bike engine, and that makes those single-seater very cost-effective to run. It's the best power-to-weight ratio that you can get out the back of those cars. Not many modifications. Usually those cars are still chain-driven, and 53.08 for Robin Wood.
Yeah, Steve Morgan in the Empire Evo 3 heading up the hill. Steve's currently sitting about 10th in the practice times overall. Very tightly matched class this. And he's already at the top. We've got Richard Weaver sharing his car with son Tom. Steve Morgan's sharing his car with son Tom as well. They're both Toms. And so dads are going up the hill first, and then sons will be following this. And good news is I see that Kirsten Dodd, who had that little bit of an issue earlier, is back behind the wheel and heading up the hill now. So really glad to see her back up the hill. Had a bit of a problem in second practice. So Steve Morgan, where are we? Richard Weaver heads across the line with a 51.46, so no improvement there. And yep, Kirsten Dodd, who had a little bit of trouble with a tire wall at the top of the museum earlier. And this is one of the cars that a group of people went to work. Carolyn Ryder is sharing the car with Carolyn Ryder. Kirsten is now engaged to Carolyn's son Matthew Ryder. They are engaged as of last week, so this is Matt Ryder's fiance. So congratulations to them both. And so she's making a good run up the hill, nice and clean. No problems this time. And let's see, what was her best time? She only had a set of time on her first practice, so she's heading through with a 62.14, so that's an improvement. And Clive Austin is jumped into the Summers family's DJ Firehawk.
Yeah. And
those two are still causing nothing but havoc in the paddock. Right, there you go. If you want entertainment, go find those two.
Yeah, great improvement from Kirsten, 62.14, almost 2 seconds quicker than a previous run. But Nigel Elliott in this beautiful TR7 V8, this is a twin turbocharged engine, quickly followed by Damian Bradley in the Subaru Legacy. Let's see who's going to win the battle of the two. looking at the splits, I think that's a little bit behind from Steve, but let's see what he can do in the second part of the run. They always have much more power for the runoff. There's power on tap in this car, so sometimes they'll crank up the boost and they'll just make all this power.
Well, they actually told me that, Dame was telling me that they looked at the data between the two and they know where the difference is between the two drivers. Didn't tell me what, but they know the difference between the two drivers. So anyway, so Damien's coming around. I don't think he's going to gain anything here. Matter of fact, he's 52.83, so nothing to gain there. This is Phil Goff in class. This is in specialist production, modified specialist production cars. Why is it in the modified class? It has a Hayabusa motorcycle engine in it with a nice little sequential in there. So very quick in this car, Phil is, so that's all right. And then we're getting into Sport Libre cars. Alan McDonald, all the way from Scotland in the Force SR4. If you're just joining us, last year he ran a four-wheel drive Mitsubishi-powered mini-bodied Sport Libre car. He's gone to the Force S4. Fancy to change. Currently leading the class by, 6 seconds. Looking to improve on that time. And then we have John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury. Shares this car with Michael West.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that time at 47.37 is correct. I think it was a glitch of the timing equipment. I think his previous best time is 52.71. Still, would still put him in first in class.
Yeah, 52.3 he did. So yeah, we have a glitch there on that one.
That was still a great improvement, but John McKillen always the way through on the second part of the run. And we've got Ray Ball in the Z-Car Mini Type R. This is a rear engine, rear-wheel drive Mini. I don't know if there's much from the Mini, but this is running a Civic Type R. John McKillen a 60.82 in the Fisher Fury.
Yeah, Ray Bull, this is a Z-Cars Mini. It's originally a kit to install the Honda engine in the back of a metal, with a classic Mini. This car went on a diet, so where there was metal, there's now structural reinforcement and not a lot of metal. So, but it's still got the Honda engine in the back, and he's had a little tweaks done to it. So he's here tested the car. It's the first time been out in years with the car. So he's done this event, and he did a 68.62, which I believe is his quickest time so far. So just slowly getting to grips with it. And Richard Mathiasen in the OMS SC1, a 54.95. This is over 2-liter cars, and he's in the hunt with the Morans in that rally car. So yeah, rally car outrunning a sports car. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Stephen King in the Radical Pro Sport. Nope, not the one that wrote the novels, not the one that made the movies, but Stephen King, who's driving a Radical Pro Sport, and he's done a 59.30, moves him up to 6th in class. And then David Bickley with the Radical.
Yeah, an improvement for the driver and David Bickley in one of the Ozo Radical SR1s. This is powered by Hayabusa engine. With a sequential gearbox, and David Bickley posted a time of 56.90, so currently 4th in class. It doesn't look to have improved on that run, a 57.47. Robin Nicholson in the Mallet Mark 20, all the way going through the Cedar Straight. He'll be hitting the brake before the entry of the fallow into the 90 left-hander. And it'll be going through the second part of that run, or the final part, should I say. Martin Watts in the Silver Run. This is a bike engine car. I believe this car has got number plates, so it must have an MOT and road legal.
No, it's the name of the car.
That's it. It's just trying to trick everyone here. But we've got Simon Bainbridge in the SB Racing Chrono car that was built for sprint and time attack. And Simon occasionally will take this car on the hill. I believe it's his first time here at Loton Park. And this car is built to look like an Audi R8, but there's not much Audi in it other than the door handles and the engine. It's a V8 4.2 litre at the back. A lot of power on this car, a lot of aero, as you can see, and very, very lightweight. It's about 950 kilo, sequential gearbox, and he'll be pushing through. It's a 54.83.
Yeah, so that's an improvement. So we've got 4 cars in the Class G Sports Libre in the 54s. Mike Luck in the Zolt GT. Beautiful little car. I really like this car. Just like the look of it and everything. Got a little bit of art, you know, little wide arches on it. Nice and low slung. Tidy little car. And heading up the hill now. He told me about it. They've only made 12 of these cars, and there are several floating around still that he's aware of. And then following him is Graham Lokes in the Lola T492 with a 3.2 air-cooled Porsche engine in the back of that. I think it's 3.2.
Yes, you're right. When took that engine straight out of a previous 911, I think he used to compete with, and he'll put that into his very lightweight chassis. Graham Locke in this class will be outgunned by the quick cars that we have in this class, but Graham is always a great competitor, such a nice guy to talk to in the paddock. Graham going through the finish straight to 56.98. Roger Moran currently posting purple sectors in this Skoda Fabia R5. This is powered by 2-litre VW engine, and he's pushing this car, and he'll be having a nice battle with his son's kart. 93 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Great power from that car, and it's this is sort of his lightweight Skoda Fabia R5. He'll be going through the finish straight, and that's a time of 54.01.
Yeah, that's a couple of tenths quicker. Yeah, so that leaves Roger Scott's a half a second behind. It'll be interesting what they do tomorrow with that. Moving up a class to racing cars up to 600cc. It's a little bit of a Billy No Mates thing. This is Chris Howard Harris in his OMS Hornet. So he's only got exactly 600 or 599cc engine in the back of it, and you can't get anybody else to play. So 55.86, which is a good time for him. Is that just checking on Chris's times here? And
yeah, it is an improvement.
Yeah, that's a 50, another 8 tenths improvement on his time. So he's improving all day, and I think that might be end of batch. Yeah, looks like we're at end of batch, car 80. Yes, end of batch 4.
Yeah.
Bear with us, folks. We are trying to, there's lots of things happening here, so we'll do the best we can. So just to review, if you're just joining us online, or you've just sort of decided to walk over to the spectator area, at Loton, the competitors cannot hear us commentary. Some events, some venues they can, and here they can't because there's actually a village right across the road. So can you imagine them having to put up with me all day? I don't think they would like that too much. So yes, so they come up here. So what we're dealing with here is this is third practice run. We're at the season finale, last event of the year for Loton Park and the Hagley District Car Club, who organized this event, or organized all the racing here at Loton Park. And it's also the season finale of the British Hillclimb Championship. There are a couple of top 10 numbers still up for grabs here. We do have, I think we've got a couple of competitors where the numbers could switch. And that's going to be Will Hall, Sean Gould and Trevor Willis. Depending on how their results go, they could actually switch positions. And for number 10, we've got David Warburton has it, but only has a 1-point lead over Richard Spedding, who wants it. Now, they both had top 10 numbers this year. One of them is going home after this weekend without the coveted top 10 number for next year. So that's a battle to keep an eye on as well. Richard Spedding, his own car, the engine is kaput, and there's no way it was getting sorted before the end of the season. So he's jumped into a couple of other cars. Again, hill climbing camaraderie, he said, come and drive my car. And that this weekend he's in another, he has his own GWR Predator, but he's in another Predator, kindly sorted out by another Scottish competitor, and they are here, and Richard is trying to get to grips. He didn't make a timed run the first time run, so he's only done one practice run in the car here. He did run it at Dune last weekend to try and get comfortable with it. So I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, but we will keep you apprised of the situation as the weekend unfolds. Like I said, tomorrow I think we'll be live streaming from like 9 a.m. by the sounds of things. I'm not sure exact time, but they are running. We're running from timed runs right from the get-go. There's no practice tomorrow morning. It will be all timed runs, as far as I've been informed at the moment.
Yeah.
So
right,
if you're following us on HillClimb UK,
yeah, tomorrow we've got a busy schedule with 5 runoffs. So if you like your runoffs, you're going to be served tomorrow. Both single and tin top will be up tomorrow. So yeah, fantastic program tomorrow with competitive time straight on. It would have been too hard to fit a practice run in the morning, I believe. At least this is what we have been told. Program might change as always.
So if you're going to catch us tomorrow, you may want to plan early. We are going to run. You'll have we're going to have 2 more commentators tomorrow. The Pons, Chris Ponsford will be with us, and also Soph will be joining us for a bit tomorrow. So we're going to be all swapping in and out of this booth all day. So you'll need a program just to figure out which commentator is doing what at some point. But it'll allow us also to keep you updated about what's going on. You know, while a couple of people are commentating, we'll be behind the scenes working out points, you know, after time runs, where they're at and who's going what and all the rest of it. So we will do our best to keep you up to date with everything we can. And don't forget, we've got deciding rounds in the British Hillclimb Championship by Avon Tires, the British Hillclimb Cup Championship presented by Footman James, and the BMTR Motorsport Tires Midland Hillclimb Championship. And 2 of those, I think the Cup and the Midland are, well, Midland for sure, they are not decided yet. We have no official champion yet, neither one of those. This is Liam Cooper, shares his Force TA with Olivia Cooper. They are married, I hope. I'm going to get that one wrong, but yeah, no. Couple, and the kids are here helping out. And I believe one of his son is actually operating one of the cameras, or is helping out with Rich with the camera switching. So he's going to turn me off in a second here. So Liam's a Force TA, and Olivia is actually usually the quicker of the 2 car drivers in this car. And then we've got Andy Greenan of the pair of Greenans. You'll see on your screen we've got an A Greenan and an A Greenan. And no, I can't tell them apart either. So Liam has gone across with a 50.19, so I don't think that's any improvement. Oh, yes, it is. No, it's not. He's done a 49.3.
Yeah, it's about 2/10.
Andy Greenan is hunting. Yeah, sorry, mate. Andy Greenan is currently sitting 3rd, and he drifted that out of the corner there. But he's gone across the line with a 47.34, so no improvement on practice times there. And then we've got Alan Warburton in the Gould.
Yeah, in the Gould GR59. This is that of David Warburton, and absolutely lost this car. This is Class J2 racing cars over 11cc up to 1600cc. And yeah, Alan has been going real well all season alongside his son David. He's already through the finish line of 48.17. Simon Mickey in the GWR Raptor shared with David Spedding today. Richard Spedding, yes. Is what I said?
He said, I don't know. Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed.
Simon,
keep going.
Simon went through and all the way into the entry of Ale. No problem for him. 96 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. He'll look to rotate the car at the top, no problem through that, and up through the gears, through the finish straight. His time of 50.34. Got Jonathan Evans in the Pilbeam MP88. This is powered by a Ford Millington engine. Millington engines are actually built not far from here, near Bridgenorth, by the engine builder of his name. And
I don't know either.
Roy Milton.
There you go.
I was looking for this name, sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, Roy is an absolute passionate. Those engines have made their way into single-seaters like you see here, but also into the rally cars, into the Ford Escorts. And yeah, this is great to see the Pilbeam. This is probably like a older generation of compared to some of the cars that we have in this class, but the Pilbeam is such a great car, a car that has been very competitive over the years as well, and so Jonathan Evans will be pushing that car to the finish line. Andrew Corbin in the Van Diemen going through on the first part of this run.
Yeah, Mike Pilbeam, a legendary car builder over the years and everything. And on that car, there actually is a tribute to Mike Pilbeam. Andrew Colburn in the Van Diemen RF02FX shares the car with his son Aaron, who's fighting with Tom Weaver for the Under-25 Championship in the BMTR Motorsport Tires Midland Hillclimb Championship. But this is Dad Andrew on the hill right now. We'll see where he ends up. Currently sitting around 10th by the looks of it in class. Got Nicola Dearden in what Ben calls the cigar. It's a Gould Dallara F394, but there's no side pods on it. They've removed all the cooling system, the radiators and everything, so it's going au naturel, I guess you call it. And then Steve Marr in the CWR Predator has just come into Triangle and heading out the other side in his beautiful blue-looking car there. Nicola is just headed across the line with a 6061, so no improvement there. And Steve Marr is just coming up top of Fallow.
Yes, this is the DW Predator. This car used to run, a few years ago, used to run a V10 Arrows F1 engine at the back. The car was a bit crippled by gearbox issues, I think, or a couple of issues. And the 49.724 Stephen Marr, 6th in class for the car. Tricia Divis going through the second part of the run in the V8 Force T8, already through the second part, and Richard Brunt does what he does here. He'll be going through, and he's kicked one of the flip-flops.
Yeah, he's unflopped one of my flips.
And yeah, Richard always trying real hard in this car. It's the first season for him in a single-seater. Great to see him back in this car after breaking a drive shaft in the last event, so great to see him back up and running.
Actually had to get him custom made and was looking around all over the place. Here we go, flip-flop replay for online, and there he goes, boom! Now, he didn't knock it out of the way. He picked it up, grabbed it, and pounded it into the ground. That's cruelty to flip-flops. He should be, you know, cruelty, abuse, excessive abuse of a flip-flop. That's it. There we go. I will get there. So no improvement there. So they've got to go put the flip-flop back and just pick up any debris that was left over from that one.
I was hoping we could finish the day with saying no flip-flops. I've been
no
harmed.
I've
been harmed today. Unfortunately, it's not the case. I think the marshals have
that flip-flop's got at least a concussion, if not anything worse. Right. Okay. So where are we? We're partway through K. Got lots more to go in that class. That was the double-driven cars, wasn't it? So
yes.
I think we've got a couple more of those. I don't see it. Right. Our flip-flop has been regenerated, so it's back in position. There we go. Commentator's nightmare. Right, who we got on the line here? This could be Ben Hamer or Will Kerr. Which one do you think? I'm going to go with Ben Hamer. No, I'm not. I'm going to go with Will Kerr.
We've got Will Kerr on the line in the 750.
Well, that's cheating. You looked at the screen. I'm just looking at the car.
Car number 88 off the line. And they'll be pushing that car. This is a turbocharged engine. With the Kawasaki engine at the back. And yeah, this is sort of this matte green paint, quite a nice car to look at, and the OMS 28 is obviously a very popular car in this class. We're back to class I, so the car's up to 11cc, and yeah, it looks like he was pushing coming out of triangle, and but no problems through the second part of his run. He'll look to push into the entry of fallow. Brave on the brake, 84 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. No problem for Will. And he'll be pushing on to the second part. It looks like to have slowed down a bit.
Yeah, that didn't look right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he looks like he has missed a gear, maybe. He looks like he was picking up speed as he entered the...
Still hasn't made it across the line here.
Oh, yeah, 58.46.
Something that don't know, yeah, like you said, misshift. I thought he lost a little bit of power at the bottom of the Cedar Straight, and then it just sort of picked up again, and it went again. So a technical glitch.
Technical glitch, something probably to look at.
This is Nigel's pit on, with the Shoestring Racing OMS 3000. He's done a 50.45. So that's slower. So about half a second slower by the looks of this on average. Anthony Wood in the Force PT. I'll just throw Ben a question. He's going to do a quick analysis of the times. 83 miles an hour through the top of the Cedar Straight, around fallow, up Museum. On screen, that looks like one curve. It's not. It's like 90-degree left, and then it curves again. Across the line, Anthony goes with a 54.88. There, and I got Gavin McLaren in the OMS 2000M HNLC coming into view now.
Yes, Gavin second in the first part of this run. Gavin was so far looking at a 52.70 in this class, so we'll be looking to improve on that second run. He's posting grim sectors so far in the triangle and keepers. In the middle part, Mark Shankler just coming into my view, locked his wheel onto the entry of triangle just as we switch cameras, but yeah, no problem for him. It might have lost a bit of time through that, but doesn't look like he's lost a lot, and then he's going to go through the second part. He'll be pushing into the entry of fallow and into the entry of Museum, no problem. Tom Morgan already through keepers. He'll be pushing using all the rev of those motorbike engines all the way through. Let's see what time and speed he can get. The sparks coming out of that car, 100 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Great going for Tom Morgan in this 1000cc car. 49.88 was his previous run. So let's see what time he can do for Tom Morgan, a 50.80, so about a second slower than his second practice run. Start Bickley in this yellow, you can't miss it, Force TA. Great turno speed, 106 miles an hour. There's definitely all the power in that engine running, and no problem. And that's going 48.30 for Start Bickley.
Yeah, Tom Weaver's on the hill there in the family Empire Evo. Shares it with Dad Richard. And Tom's currently sitting, well, he's sitting in 6th, but there's a log jam within like 5/100ths of a second between 4th and 6th on the practice times. So,
yeah, Tom Weaver will be looking to get to the top spots of that class of 49.42. So still 6 for him so far today. Let's see what he can do tomorrow. Today's just practice.
All right, Dylan Flesher's on the line. I just seen the picture. I was just looking at the social media, and we have the 2 sons of racers actually operating the live stream right now. And well done, lads. You're doing a brilliant job from this end of things. He's turned the volume off, hasn't he? So we've got the Cooper, Liam and Olivia's Cooper's son, and we also have Scott Moran's son. They're sitting in there helping operate the equipment and giving you these pictures live. So you're doing a brilliant job, guys. Keep it up. Right, on the line we've got Dylan Flesher. I'm not quite sure why looks like there's a bit of a hold up here for a second. I'm just looking up towards Loggerheads. There's a marshal up there. You want to know what Roy Holder looks like? That was the back end of him. That's someone else who doesn't realize he's standing in front of a camera. There's Roy, long time there. Drives the Renault X85, which he's built himself. And yeah, so
I think
the sun's setting already over the trees by the looks of it. We're in a bit of a shade.
It's a great way for the kids to actually
I think it's brilliant.
Run and learn the lines as well as they get to watch the live stream. So keep an eye on those kids. In 10 years' time, they'll
possibly less than that.
Possibly less than this. They'll be in a car and giving their parents a run for their money, and
I think
making them proud probably.
I think the parents are bracing themselves for the when can I drive? When can I drive? I know Scott's son Ollie is absolutely chomping at the bit. He can't wait to get old enough to drive. So, but no, thank you, and thank you for helping out, doing what you're doing. Yeah. So here we go. Right, fire the car up. So Dylan Flesher's on the line. We've cleared up whatever conundrum that was going on. We had no idea, and there was no red flag. So let's get car in position. So this is a good thing. We were talking about this earlier. You see the marshals there. They're lining up to the line, and the marshal on the right on the camera has got that metal stick with a triangle on the end. Ben calls it a shoe. I'm calling it a wedge, a block, whatever. It just sits under there, and he knows both marshals are wearing ear protection because it gets very loud, especially with the larger cars with the traction control, anti-lag, and everything else. It's sort of like it'll blow your eardrums out. Anyway, here comes Dylan. Dad's already been on the hill. Dylan's currently third in class, second practice. Had a bit of an issue at Chelsea. I say a bit of an issue. Kind of took off 2 corners and then a bit. And hang on, I see Pete reflection in the mirror here. What's he up to? But Dylan's sorry, Dave. Is that Pete? No, that's Pete. So Dylan's already up to museum. Sorry, pay attention to what's going on here, Owen. He's heading across the line with a 49.38, so no improvement. That was actually a second slower. Dave Tatum's on the hill. He's purple sector up to Loggerhead. And he's got the red flag him. There's something going on up the hill further. And he's still going. So Dave Tatum has stopped at the top of Cedar Strake. He's pulled over. He's heated to the red flags. And I'm not sure why. So he's come to the point where they can actually turn him around and push him down the hill again.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But not sure why at the moment. So we'll just bear with us for a second.
We might have a deer situation.
Oh, right.
Of some sort.
Let me.
I'm sure, Owen, you're going to get those information for us. Yeah, so Dave Tatum has just been stopped on his run. We'll see if he'll obviously get a rerun. We'll send him back down the hill, and then he'll jump back the queue and get running again. So Dave Tatum was actually currently leading the class with 46.69. A time, just for record, the class record in this class is 45.16. So we're about 1.5 seconds from this record, but we're getting closer, and this record is been set in 2018. So now, about 5 years ago, it was posted by Robert Kenrick in the GWR Raptor 1000cc car in that class. So yeah, great going for Dave Tatum. Shame he got red flag. He'll jump back the queue. In hill climb, if you get a red flag and it's not your own fault, you get to rerun, and then we'll see Dave Totham again. We've got Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk car that is been running for a few years. Car that Richard is dad of Alex Summers, currently holding number 2 in the car. And we'll see the car just rolling down. So Dave Totham making his way back the hill into the paddock. He'll be joining the queue again. And then Richard Summers is going to get going back again and fire up the engine.
Yep, to get him going. So on the line, ready to go. Just get hit Dave, push Dave back down into the around the corner, back to the start. I think he'll get a rerun. I found there was a dog running around up the top, so I had to sort that out quickly. But here we go. The deer have been hiding today, but not so much the dogs. Anyway, here's Richard Summers, currently fit in practice. Like I said, there's not a lot needed. If you're looking at the timing screens, we've got hundreds between the whole bunch of these drivers in this class. And this is the family Firehawk. Been sharing with Clive Austin today. And they're just out having a good time. Good old boys, I think they're, yeah, that's what I could call them, the good old boys. He was heckling me earlier, by the way, just so to let you know, sitting back there going, you know. But across the line, he goes with a 49.01, so no improvement there, about 4/10 slower. Carol Nichols in the Nike Mark IV Formula Ford. This car, there was 28 of them made. Her dad was actually the car designer and builder back in the 60s, and she runs this car everywhere she can, and if it's an event she wants to do and she can't run a single-seater, she pulls out the Mini. She has a classic Mini as well, and so happy to race anything. But always a smile on her face, and always enjoys the racing and the whole atmosphere of the weekend. So Carol's headed across the line, see if she can improve. No improvement there. 69.17, so she's off the pace. And then Les Buck in that Mistral Formula Ford.
Yeah, in the second part already of the run, already through Museum, but we got Charlie Rayleigh in the other of the Formula Ford cars. This is a great way. This is the Formula cars that many drivers have driven and started their Formula single-seater career in, and it's a great thing to see them in Hillclimb back again. They are powered by a 4-cylinder Ford engine, 1.6 litre manual gearbox. There's no driver assistance as you would expect from those cars. Pure driving skills, just you and the car. No driver aids on those cars. Charlie Rayleigh heading through the finish line at 60.61. Karen Ryder back again in the Van Diemen RF86, and there's a great battle here at the top of that class with Sarah Bosworth. They're within 2/100 of each other, and it's always been like this between those two. 85 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, and Karen Ryder just posting purple sector all the way through. But Sarah Bosworth looking to improve as well on that time. Let's see what Caroline and Sarah can do. 58.14 puts her first in class, but let's see what Sarah can do if she can improve and retake that lead. Sarah, 80 miles an hour. She was purple through keepers. Let's see what she can do in that second part of the run through Museum. She'll get really close to that time. I'm pretty sure it'll be a time just going through the finish line of 59.54.
Yeah, off the pace. So Caroline's taking the lead. That was only a second practice run because of the issue with Kirsten earlier, but very close together, that. So we'll have to wait and see how that one works out tomorrow. And I'm just going to step out and check with Pete Tatum and see what was going on with his car. I'll be right back.
Yes, and this will be end of the batch, so the cars will be returning from the top paddock. And so the red flags are going up on the hill, and then we'll be sending this car back. We are going to move to batch number 6. So we are moving to the bigger categories, into the racing cars and the single seaters, and then we'll finish the day with a little bit of historics, either single seaters or sports cars. So don't leave us just yet, and it'll be a fantastic way to end the day. The sun here at Loton Park is slowly going down. We still have plenty of daylight available to us, but autumn is making its way definitely, and so as we get towards the end of the day, the light is slowly starting to decrease here at Loton Park. If you have been joining online, big thank you. Remember to subscribe, follow, share any of the live that we have been doing. The beauty of internet is that you can watch them in replay as well. And so if you have been, make sure you follow. I think we've just hit 10k. Let's see if we can get to 11 by the end of the weekend. It'll be a fantastic thing. It'll get us ahead for next year, and we'll be aiming for 100. Let's see if we can get to 100, but yeah, thank you for everyone. And if you have been spectating today, remember that tomorrow is, if you want to come again, we'll be happy to have you again for the different practice run, competitive run, sorry, that we'll have tomorrow. And we have 5 run-ups. We'll have 2 for the British Hillclimbs, 2 top 10 tin top run-off, and the Loton Park Challenge Championship run-off as well.
Really? You don't say. That's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Every run will count tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just catching up with one of our competitors, Pete Tatum. You remember he ended up with a technical problem. I just happened to see him at the gate watching his brother. So I just wanted to catch up and see if everything was okay. It lost fuel pressure. And he's had a look at it going, ugh. Anyway, they've sorted it out already. He doesn't have to do an all-nighter to fix it, so he'll be good for tomorrow. Yeah, so we got the cars coming down. I don't even know where we are anymore. I've lost the... Where are we? Car 106, so we'll
be in batch...
there?
Batch 6. We still have a few to go.
Yeah, stick with us, folks. And yeah, we've got the big bangers again. Well, what Chris likes to call the big banners. We have what do we have? The over 2 liter. We still got the rest of the 1100 to 1600 cars to go. We've got the 16 to 2 liter cars to go, and we've got the over 2 liter cars to go, and some historic cars at the back. Or not at the back, but after that we've got historic cars. So then we'll go from there, and that will be it for today. But yeah, stick with us if you will. Also, thank you again to everybody that's online and everybody that's subscribed to the HillClimb.TV channel. We had a goal of 10,000 subscribers, and in the last month, you guys have all been brilliant in supporting the channel and everything. So thank you very much. We have actually achieved 10,000 plus subscribers this afternoon. Thank you for your support. On behalf of Rich and his 2 young apprentices. Right, so what do we got? We got the start line, and that looks like that's going to be Rich. Is that it's do 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 do. Uh-oh, he's singing. No, he's not. He's doodling. William Loughbridge is on the line, I believe, in a Empire Evo 3, sharing it with Zach Zammit. This was a change of car situation last minute, so that's why we're a bit off routine. So here we go. Car 785 is coming up to the line now. And you can just hear the tire warming. Couldn't hear it on screen on the live stream, but you could hear it here. The echoes. So William Loughbridge in the Empire Evo 3, car 75, sharing this with Zach Zammit. And this is off the 64-foot time. And this is a change of class, so I've got to figure out where this one
Yeah,
is.
I believe, and this is the race that is shared with Zach.
It's 1169 cc car, so right, there we go. Flies into triangle, 90 miles an hour under braking. Got a little bit hairy, missed the apex just a bit, but wiggle wobble out the other side of keepers. And look at the movement of this thing as it goes up the hill. But
yeah, that was really brave from William.
Yeah.
103 miles an hour. A lot of power at the back of that car, about 400 probably plus horsepower in that car, in something that was almost nothing. The race is very advanced car. The designer, beautiful, 51.51 for William. Dave Tatum getting his rerun after being red flag early on. You'll be looking to keep chart and be the top of the chart in that class. He's currently 46.69, so he'll be looking to improve on that time, and he looks to be on good course to do that. 112 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. Brave on the brake, posting purple sector. I would get this one right by the end of the weekend. 46.48 is an improvement for Dave Tatum, so great run today to finish the day for him.
We got Tina Hawks in the Family Force PC heading up the hill. Where's Tina currently? Sitting with a 51.52. I thought the track was getting slower, but it looks some people are actually setting quicker times. Not many, but a few are. So I don't know if their car's working better in the cooler conditions. It has cooled down a bit. I'm waiting for Ben to put his jumper back on again. That's sweater in some other terms. So Tina's at the cross line with a 50.58. So I don't think any improvement there. Or a little bit actually. Anthony Hunt in the Gould DJ XD 2650. Racing cars over 2 liter. This is double driven cars now. So these are all double driven cars. So we're bouncing around classes just a little bit there. So stay with us. So Anthony Hunt, this is over 2 liter car. Where was he earlier? It was 52.59 was his best earlier. And he's gone across the line with 52.3. So he's gained about half a second there. Steve Owen is not in his regular car. He jumped into somebody else's car, but since he's the designer and builder of the OMS car brand, he's pretty much going to die. So there's the latest OMS 28 that he's sharing with, I'll get it later, heading up the hill now atop a museum. And Bernard Kevels has launched off the line in the battle between him and Simon Andrews. Steve Owen has done a 49.83, so not, oh yeah, that is an improvement by, what do we got here? Improvement by about half a second, so he's into the 49s. So let's see if Bernard can, let's see, who's leading the battle? Simon is leading the battle over Bernard by 0.25 of a second. So let's see what Bernard can do. And Nicola Menzies is in the Gould GR55, shares with David. You're in this weekend.
Yeah, Bernard Kevel posted 49.30, 50.66 for Bernard Kevel in this last run, but Nicola Wallace decided not to have a day karting with the kids, and she was like, I'd much rather be in the seat. But I can't wait for the next generation of the Menzies to be on track, and it looks to be that the formation years is already on course. Great runner so far for Nicola. It looks to be improving so far. 48.66 puts her 11 in the class, and Sean Gould, the builder of those cars, in the GR59 powered by V8 jet at the back, about 600 horsepower at the back and 400 kilo, great power to weight ratio. These cars are absolutely rocket ships, so you can see the speed and the sparks as it goes through the straight. 155 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, and Sean will be looking to push the car to the finish straight up through the gear. 55.05 puts in fourth so far in this class.
Right, you said 55 there.
45.05.
45, yeah. It's my hearing, my universal translator broke. Graham Wynn, this is the car he shares with Scott Moran. He wiggle wobbled the flip-flop on keepers. There's been a few rubbing of the flip-flops in the last couple of runs here. So Graham's heading up the hill. Where is he right now? Graham's sitting about a 47.7. So I think he's going to need to go a bit quicker than that if he wants to qualify. And we got Lindsay Summers, mom of Alex, in the A4SP4T. This is Alex designed and built with the family help single-seater. And Alex's goal is to get this thing in, get a British Championship point for this car this weekend. So he's working really hard. They made some changes to the aero in the rear, and seeing if that's given just a little bit more straight line speed. So Lindsay's done a 40, no she hasn't. She's done a 54.26. I'm falling for that. Robert Capper in the Empire Wraith is on the hill, heading up Cedar Straight already.
Yeah, Robert Capper pushing as ever in this Empire race. If you are in the paddock here, have a look at the car. It's great to see the aero on this car, and especially the floor of this car is very impressive. And Robert Capper 48.40, but Olivier Cooper follows him, and Olivier currently standing 6th in this class with a 48.0 dead, 112 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Olivier, always a great driver, always very impressed as she goes into every single of her run. Great commitment in this car. She'll be going through the finish straight of 47.75, an improvement, but not by much.
Yeah, Olivia, that's mom to one of our audio-visual technicians at the moment. But Stephen Potter in the Empire Evo, already at the top of Cedar Straight, heading through Fallow with a speed of 101. And he's heading through there. We've got Gary Hill coming into view in Triangle with the OMS 2000M. Stephen Potter at 49.60. I'm not just having a look and see if that's an improvement anywhere. And looks like it is a bit of an improvement. And Gary Hill's already heading up the Cedar Straight, up into Fallow, 98 miles an hour, heads up the hill, the museum, around the corner he goes, and across the line in a time of 50.84. John Stockley in the Force PC single-seater is just coming into Triangle now with heading up into Keepers. And then off the line is Adam Greenan of the Greenan Brothers. On your screen is A Greenan. The highlighted one is the one we're looking at. So you'll see it's sort of slightly brighter than the other ones.
And Adam Greenan pushing the car and looking at improving on this run. We're still in class J2 here. Adam Green 47.20, currently standing 4th in class, but we're coming to a red flag, which I can't quite really explain.
I can.
Oh yeah, we can.
Yeah. Adam Greenan has stopped at Museum. And I can't tell you why. He's not hit anything. He's sitting there. He's just on the outskirts of Museum. He's actually reached up and turned the camera off on the car, so everything's okay there. There's no panic or anything, but I'm not sure if that right rear suspension's dropped down, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at it. The right rear of the car looks like it's actually touching the ground, but the fact is, it's on the dirt, like right on the side there. It hasn't hit anything. It's on the dirt there, so I'm not sure if there's a technical issue that's caused it. So marshals have just gone to check it out. They'll radio in a second and tell us what's going on there. So, yeah.
Adam hasn't hit anything. It just looks like the car almost...
It's just something went wrong, and he's pulled it off to the driver's left at the top. We have a replay on this. So he's coming through Triangle here. This is a replay online. He's come up through Keepers. He took out the flip-flop sparks coming off, and he goes up in the museum, and then the car just didn't want to turn. I think there's a broken suspension on this car, but I could be wrong. So I don't see he hasn't hit anything. Oh no, the car's rolling again. It's just sort of. It's weird. So I don't know exactly what's going on. And Adam's still in the car. It's not a problem. The marshals are brushing the tires off so he doesn't drag anything. But he's literally just stopped on the gravel at the top of the museum. Driver's left. So we'll have to wait and see. There's a couple of spectators, hardy spectators up the top there. We can see you right behind the car from that angle, so you can wave hi if you want. They're not doing it. Yeah, they're not doing it. We're not waving. We don't know where are they looking at.
Those two cut all of the action.
Yeah, so
looks like they'll be looking to.
I'm not sure. I think Adam looks like Adam's just trying to get the car started.
Yeah, start the car again. Hopefully he can get it started and head back to the top paddock. The car is moving, no problem. So looks to be
just driving it back. That is very strange. I'm sure there may be a technical reason for it, but he got the flip-flop and it was banging a bit and he getting sparks out the bottom of it. So I don't know, not quite sure what was going on there.
It is quite rare that we get to see a car sparking.
You don't see, so it's like almost, I still think there's maybe something with suspension that's just bottomed out, like something's bent a little bit, it's changed the ride height, and so on and so forth. So, right on the line there, you'll see that is David Warburton, who's in the battle with Richard Spedding for the coveted number 10. Currently, David has it.
Yeah, great shot, actually, for anyone watching online. This is the tyre warming area, and then they'll stop there just before they get to the start line. And so they'll be looking to make sure they can get as much hit in their tyres, so you can see the skid marks on the ground here.
Yeah.
And then they'll be getting back up and running. So
all right, red flag's coming in. They've got Adam Greenham moving again. So that's a strange one, that one. Right, here we go. That's Dad Allen. We saw him run already. He's just turned the GoPro on. And you see, this is a prime example. Camera see there, and there's the tire warming. A couple of 2 or 3 hits, and then they roll up to the line. So that was an absolute, you don't normally see that on live stream, but there you go. Just an example of what the process is. And you can't do it at all tracks because it's noisy and that. Some tracks they don't allow tire warming anymore, but here we're still allowed it. So off he goes, launches this in. So what kind of time is this, where is David has been?
Yeah, David
he's been in the 45s, isn't he?
By a fair margin. Today it's a 45.17, and currently just behind him is Richard Spedding at 45.61. And David, is just a brilliant driver. Currently posting purple sectors all the way through, 122 miles an hour at the end of the straight. That's probably like one of the quickest cars I've seen today. Very impressive, David. And then a great run in the second part. This is such a well-balanced car. 45.12, very impressive.
So that's 5/100's quicker, but quicker again. Now Richard Spedding is going to need to pick up the pace here a bit. He's not that far behind. This is only practice, but it's only a second run up the hill in the car. I think they've been doing some setup changes and stuff. And already up into museum, gets it right rotated around museum, no problem. Out the other side, foot to the absolute floor here. And he goes across 45.79, so no improvement, a couple of tenths slower, but David's just got a little bit quicker. So I think David, in that side of things, based on the practice, has a slight advantage. Einan Price, which is causing Jonathan Varley a bit of grief because Jonathan Varley needs a class record, is already up in the museum in his Force TA. This is 1600 to 2-liter cars. And Darren Gumley has entered triangle. He tried the lawnmower style earlier, didn't like it too much. But Einan has done a 46.90, so no improvement there. But Darren's already onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Darren obviously was red flag just earlier on, so this is him getting his rerun, and he's been going well so far. Still 48.24 is his best run so far today, but we're getting to that point where we'll look to improve. Let's see what time he can go through. Just a 48.0 dead for Darren Gumbley.
Yeah, Darren's a little bit quicker so we'll just have to see how he does tomorrow. Anime Furnace in the Swallow DR14, a very unique little car. It's the only one here, and Anna's the only driver of it. So, and she is now sitting backwards at the bottom of the museum, did a donut, dropped the right rear on the grass, and just turned it around. No problem. She'll probably roll down wait for the marshals and just roll back down the hill to the top paddock exit. But, yeah, just dropped the right side into the grass, and it rotated her around. So, no problem. Hasn't hit anything, just like, oh, you silly willy type situation. So, Marshall is seeing. So, yeah, the marshals are giving her the clear to roll back down, so she's heading back down now. And I'm not sure if they're going to put her in the upper paddock or just let her go all the way down. And nope, they're sending her down. So replay here, and as you watch, just the right side of the wheels into the grass, and actually both rear wheels got in the grass, and she just rotated around back onto the tarmac, pointing the correct way for the escape.
Yeah, this was a perfect way to come back to the paddock, really. But yeah, Anna will be frustrated with that run, I'm sure. But no damage to the car.
How was she doing earlier? She's actually been running not so bad. 54 earlier by the looks of things.
Give you that.
You were there.
Anna, yes, was running in 54.29.
Yeah.
So. Decent time, I think, if we were to look at the time, which is probably about 8 or 9 in the class.
Yeah.
Which is
just it dropped the right wheels off, and then the right rear just pulled the left rear in just on the dirt a bit, and it was just enough to turn her around. So there's the little Swallow. We'll see her tomorrow. Brush the dust off, and off we go. Right, next up, let's see, we're ready to go. We've already got the car on the line. This is car 120. Car 120 is the vehicle of the weapon of choice for this should be Kevin Creven in the Pilbeam MP88 with a 2-liter in the back of it. So off we go, red flags in, they've started the car. Now a lot of these cars, if you're seeing on screen here, they are, you see the battery being walked away. They've got very, very small batteries, if any, on the cars to run the electric. So it's all about weight. So we use a big starter battery to prevent any battery drain. So there's always enough voltage to get to run everything. There's no alternators on these vehicles, so they can't charge the battery while it's driving. So here we go. This is Kevin Creven, a longtime competitor on the circuit in the Pilbeam MP88. Comes down in a triangle with a speed of 74 miles an hour. Big old backfire to keep the deer in the bushes. And off into keeper as he goes. Up the hill the other side. And then Ian Tucker's just launched off the line, but we'll get back to him in a minute. So here's Kevin going up the Cedar, not so straight.
Yeah, Kevin just in this run previously was a 54.81. Looks to be on course to get in those time, but Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 will be pushing. We've now moved to Class K1. This is racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres with normally aspirated engines. We'll get to see the supercharged and turbocharged cars later on. 81 man-hour for Ian Tucker at the end of the Cedar Straight as he enters Fallow. This is a corner they can catch a few drivers. It's based on how brave you are on the brake. You'll see how quick you are on the street trap. Going through the finish straight of 55.26 for Ian Tucker. And Terry Davis follows him in the Force TA. This is the V8 engine. home built by Terry, an engine that has also made its way into the GWR Predator that we have in the
Jonathan Varley's car. Yeah.
Thank you, Owen. And yeah, Terry obviously campaigning this car. This is a new car for them. It forced TA 50.34 for Terry.
So that's a bit of an improvement in practice. We got Andrew Henson in the I don't need no side pods former. Look at the sparks coming off of this thing going up the hill, bottoming out all the way up to Cedar Straight. Almost dropped it off a fallow, but didn't. Over in the museum, Andrew's absolutely pushing this thing, wibbly wobbly all over the place. Nicola Dearden steers the car, 49.86. So 49.86. So no improvement, about half a second slower. And we've got Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28 heading up the top of the hill. I'll just say about those sparks, that's not a problem. It's just the underneath of the car rubbing block actually just touching the ground. So the ground clearance is a little bit low. So there's nothing wrong with the car. Lee Griffiths is headed across the line in his OMS 28 with a 50.62. No improvement there either. So everybody's going slower and occasionally get someone going faster. Okay, this is interesting. What's going on here now? We've got the Colburn car up, Aaron Colburn on the line, and Aaron's battling for the Under-25 Championship with Tom Weaver. If you're watching on camera on live stream, that's Dad, Andrew, and it looks like it's stalled. They're trying to get it started again. So let's see what's going on here. Or it's not selecting gear, or something funny's going on. I'm just checking that air pressure thing. A lot of these cars have air pneumatic shifters on them, so they're actually powered by air, but that's what that plug-in thing was, I believe. So there's some discussion going on here at the start line, but let's see what Aaron can do. So he wants to get a good practice in, make sure the car's ready for tomorrow. And now they shut the car down and they're rolling it back. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is here. Don't know whether it's technical or some issue or something. So that car is being rolled back down the hill. That'll be taken away. And
some concern faces.
Yeah, there's something funny's gone on there, so they'll need to check into it.
Well, hopefully we can have both of the Colburn back up and running today. I was just looking at the time from Aaron. He's been doing relatively well in this class. 51.19 was his previous time, so I think that would put him right in the middle of that class. So still a big competition for the youngsters. And maybe there will be some, hopefully it's not decided on mechanical failures.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's something to do with the timing. The timing strut or something on the car. But anyway, they'll sort that out. So we're switching cars. So ignore the screen. This is no longer Aaron Colburn. This is car 125, which I believe is going to be Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator with that Terry Davis Yamaha bits made a V8 out of a 2-liter car under there. So why a V8 or something bigger? More torque. Torque is what actually makes the thing, pushes it along. Horsepower is keeps it going. So with a V8, you can get a little more torque out of it. So that's what it is. But here's Jonathan trying to get things sorted out, ready for tomorrow's battle. Like I said, believe he needs to win the class, but I think he also needs to possibly get a class record, but we'll clarify it more. But I think he's pretty sure he needs to win the class, which means he's got to find a second up to Einan Price. And the times these guys are doing, they could end up in the top 12 runoff as well in the British Championship based on these practice times. He's done a 46.54, so he's still behind Einan Price. And I don't know if that's going to be enough. So I'll have to see what the actual time runs are tomorrow. But We've got Andy Bogard in the 4th PT heading up the hill. And you can see that top of the hill, 98 miles an hour. Heads around Fallow, up the hill into Museum, around the corner, out the other side. Bit of a bunny hop job, this one. And it's like,
You're right, Andy.
yeah, it's like, and then across the line with a 50.02.
We will see what Andy can do tomorrow. And John Varley, I think he's improved. I was just watching the 3 runs. He's improved on all 3 of his runs. We know he's got more in the tank. His record is a 45 seconds, so he's got 1.5 seconds on those runs. Let's see if tomorrow, we don't know what the conditions will be, so that'll probably play a little bit into the run for today and tomorrow, so we'll see what the condition will play on here. Got the Tiga on the line.
Tiga. We're switching batches, though. We got to bring the cars back down. There's a bunch of double-driven cars that are up the top right now. They need to get them back in so they can switch the drivers so the drivers can run the next run. So there you go on screen. You'll see them coming down. And if you're still sitting in the triangle, we've got some hardy spectators hanging out there, even though the sun's gone in. And it's starting to, he's gone for the coat. Ben has gone for the coat. He's given up on the short sleeved. He's gone to the coat. That's the highlight of this afternoon. Right, so we're returning to the paddock. Now what happens, the marshals are actually pushing these cars back down the hill. So we have a bunch of marshals up there that, with the single-seaters, they'll literally push them to get them going again and push them all down again. Are you waving at all the cars going by? They can't see us up here. Or they don't want to see us up here, either way.
It might be the...
Yeah, it might be that one.
It might be the latter rather than the former.
So, but there we go. So, let's see here. Right, yes. So, if you're joining us late on or anything, this is the penultimate. This is the final round of the 2023 British Championship weekend here at Loton Park, which is also Loton Park's season finale. This is the last event of the season here. And we've got the British Hillclimb Championship presented by Avon Tires. We've got the British Hillclimb Cup Championship presented by Footman James. And we've got the BMTR Motorsport Tires Midland Hillclimb Championship. We also have the Loton Park Championship as well, and you'll see their runoff. There'll be a runoff tomorrow for them as well. We also have the 6-round, 3-venue tin top competition going on, which currently is led by Stephen Darley with Damien. Damien, in order to, I think he said, to create a tie, he needs to win both runoffs with Stephen in second, and that would get to a tie break. But right now, Stephen has just got that little bit advantage over Damien in the same car. I think we've lost one of the big hitters, Stephen Moore, with a clutch problem, but we'll have to wait and see. He will be trying anything he can to get that thing fixed for tomorrow.
Yes, a frustrating one from Stephen Moore, but I must say the Tin Top Challenge has been something that has attracted actually and put on the radar for quite a few competitors that might have been competing in sprint or time attack.
Yeah.
And it's been a great initiative to get the Tin Top runoff as well, as we have done for the single-seaters historically.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Simon Bainbridge, who's come from, British Sprint Championship and the top 10 runner there. And he's brought it to the hills to have a go at this tin top thing. So he actually put that car off at Chelsea Walsh earlier in the year, spectacularly. Knocked the rear clamshell right off of it. But I think that was all cosmetic. But yeah, the car, when you get here and you see it on this course, on a sprint course, which is a racing circuit or a purpose-built sprint course, the car's actually got a lot of room, but here you can see how narrow. I mean, that car is wide, so there's not a lot on each side. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. You'll need to stay tuned. Come join us tomorrow all day. We'll be streaming all day, I believe, which I don't think that was really planned, but we don't normally do 9 till 6, but that's maybe what actually happened tomorrow. But join us, and we believe that the weather's going to be a bit of a mixed bunch, so we're not quite sure what we're going to get, when we're going to get it, and how it's going to affect things. So it's going to be right interesting, and I believe it could play into the hands. There are some unsettled championship results to be sorted out, including the Midland Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup. The British Hillclimb Cup, just to clarify, you've got the British Championship, which also travels to Ireland, Channel Islands, etc. Well, the Cup is all of the events except the overseas ones. So they're all the events on the mainland only for those competitors that just aren't able to travel and do some of those events. So they've done that. And then the Midland Hillclimb Championship is the 3 Midland hills. That's Prescott, Chelsea Walsh, and Loton Park. 3 events each over the course of the season. So I've got my notebook specialist here, Ben, so I'll hand over to him to try to give you some idea what is going on.
Well, I'll start with the British Hillclimb Cup, Owen, and John Varley so far leading with 148 points, followed by Alan MacDonald, 144 points. Equal on points with Duncan Barnes in third, and then we got Paul Hames, 143 points, and so very, very tight at the very top.
Yeah.
And those points are awarded based on the class wins, and if you do a new class record on any of the venues that you've competed in, then you get an extra point. So there's 9 points awarded for the class winners, and then an extra point, so you can get up to 10 on every single round.
So it's a bonus point for a class record.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yes. We got the Tiga on the line.
We have the Tiga on the line, built in 1983 for Chris Nadell, brother of Tiff Nadell. It was a Formula Ford 2000, which was a class that ran in the 80s and 90s. But this car has something. It's got a French engine in the back, and for whatever reason, Ben gets excited about it. But it's got a Peugeot 1.6 Mi16 engine in the back of it. So, but there you go. So, beautiful classic car. Tiga made all sorts of race cars in the 80s and the 90s, including some sports prototype cars that ran at Le Mans and some other places. So, and IMSA in America. And that is, he off the cedar straight and has dropped the right rear into the grass. So, and the car spun out. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going on here. But he dropped the wheel onto driver's right. So, Marshall's on his way.
Yeah, so red flag on the hill to look at what happened with Joe. Ventured into the green stuff.
Yeah.
And disappeared from our camera view. Can't really say much more, really, but we'll see. The marshals will be attending.
Yeah, there's no panic or anything, so everything's all right. Just the car is off in the grass. So, but anyway, so yes, there you go. On camera, we're almost to the end. Yep, there's the Tiga. They got it out of the grass and it's just heading back down the hill. Although I think they're going to need a broom.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of sweeping
That's going to be, they need a big broom up there. Yeah, there's a trail of grass across the track, so they're going to have to go sort that one out quickly. We can't let competitors go up with that. So yeah, drop the wheel off driver's right, and it just rotated them around across the course and over to driver's left. And
well, the car's just made its way back to the paddock.
Yeah, that's good to hear. We couldn't see the thing for a bit. So.
They couldn't see much damage to that car. So
no, I don't think he hit anything. I think it just ended up in the grass.
We'll get to see Robin jump in the car.
We've got a replay on screen, so watch this. The right side drops in, and the bottom of the car actually bottomed out on the tarmac. The right side of the car went down, went over this big lump, picked the wheels up off the ground, sparks flying everywhere, and then it just rotated around to driver's left and didn't hit anything. But it was a bit of a bumpy ride. But, yep, okay, no problem there. But we do have grass all over the track, so they're going to have to do a bit of cleaning there. And if you're watching online, that is our chief marshal with the giant leaf blower tackling the dragged on grass, etc. And yeah, it just looks like it's just light and dusty. Just going to blow the track dry. That'll be easy enough. So here we go.
Bit of equipment, and we'll be back up and running.
Leaf blower actually being used to blow leaves, because there was somebody once. It was on an American show and everything, and it's called Roadkill, and our American viewers will probably know what I'm on about. But they did it a few years ago where they took a whole bunch of leaf blowers, strapped a generator to the back and the leaf blowers, and was trying to force air into the engine, so like an electric turbo. Yeah, by pushing the air and using leaf blowers. Did it work? They put 4 leaf blowers onto it, and they had a generator and a trailer behind powering the thing just to see if it would work or not. I think it did a little bit, but yeah, so some of the silly things. But I mean, you're forcing more air in, so why not?
Technically, you'd be in a position to produce more power. Probably still think that since we've invented turbos, I think we've figured out that this is the most effective way of using exhaust gases to compress more air into the engine. We'll be looking at getting back up and running. Great to see the T get back into the paddock without too much damage. I'm sure they'll be checking the bottom of the car, because
that went for a bit of a ride. So I'd say the bottom of the car is scuffed.
There will be a few scratches at the bottom of this car, but people have been waiting patiently on the start line. Here, as you can see on the camera.
Eleanor is winding Rich up. And since she's watching, she just heard that. Anyway, yes.
Well, I'm just taking a quick look at the live chat, and
all right. How are we doing on the live chat?
We've got people
complaining, switching off. What do we got?
We've got Marcus Glaw saying hello from Switzerland.
Oh, yes. Excellent. Yes. Hi from us. Hi to Switzerland.
Thiago from Francisco Morato, Brazil.
Brazilian viewer. Well, thank you very much for joining and watching. And yeah, absolutely.
People from Toronto, Ontario.
People on Toronto, Ontario. Anybody I know?
MW Garage.
I don't know. I think we've watched before and everything. Hi from MW Garage.
I think this is one of our regulars. And,
you're one of our regulars, yeah. He understands Canadian. He knows where to find a Canadian commentator. In the middle.
Here's a question for you, Owen. From I'm Carl Videos. How many runs do these guys get out of a set of tyres?
Right. Now, most of these cars can actually do a whole season on one set of tires. They'll still be usable for the second season, but the top runners usually try to go with fresh tires. Unless you do what Pete just did and lock the front wheels up. That car's still not sitting right. That had that little fuel problem earlier. So depending on how they're maintained and looked at and how many events, it can get several seasons out of the tires before they really lose their prime. So yes, so they can last a while. So, you know, because they heat cycle every time, but they're designed for this. So
yes, good. And I'm just looking back in the action. I'm just going to come back to tyre conversation. 56.99 for pits, and Zach Zammit has been lighting the tyres coming out of triangle here at the bottom of the hill. He's pushing real hard on this run. The sparks coming out of the back. But coming back to our tyre conversation, if we can do tomorrow, we'll do a paddock walk for the live stream. Well, and you'll see some of
tires. You want to do different tires?
No, we'll see. We'll get to see. It will be great to show to our online viewers. What work is involved between each runs in terms of tires. It's one of the main thing of running your car is cleaning your tires for your next run.
Yeah, 6
so we'll take a look at this. Zach Zammit
is just doing a
46.22. Excellent time.
And that's
in this car.
Paul Hames into second in practice class. Now we've got young Max Hawks on the course. Shares his car in the Force PC. Shares it with Mom Tina. And Max is also a budding photographer. Does some really nice work. He's done a 52.65. So a bit slower. I think the track is really starting to slow up and it's getting a bit greasy. But in the practice today, Max is beating Mum by 0.8 of a second. Or actually a bit more than that, 1.2, doing my math. Right, we've got John Chalmers on the line, and for whatever reason, the car stopped. Is stalled. They've got to get the jump pack in there. They'll get it launched again, and we're just doing a quick track inspection by the looks of it. Just looking up towards the end of loggerheads there. That seems to be just doing a bit of a just a double check there. So nothing major, unless we missed a car. But no, so the tire questions, it depends. The Marshall truck's coming back down again, so they just stopped things briefly. Most of the single-seaters, like you see on the screen, they use a super soft compound. But some of the other modified cars will use possibly just a soft compound, like the saloon cars, or a mix of compounds. The tires are very looked after. They're kept wrapped. They're cleaned after every run, so there's no, any rubber pickup or anything like that is taken off. So they are looked at, and they kept in the dark, cold and dark, and that doesn't affect the tires too much. So usually a couple seasons. If you're doing the full championship, if you're doing the whole British Championship, you'll probably invest in at least one set a year. But the set from the previous year for testing and so on and so forth is still more than usable. So,
You'll be keeping your shiny tyres for tomorrow. And like you said, your tyres are a very important part of your car. So you keep it in the black and out of the light like the best wines. John Chalmers in the road here, coming into triangle, and this is one of the first of the turbocharged car in Class K2. So forced induction, either superchargers or turbo strapped on the back of those cars. Great way to make more power out of those motorbike engines. And John Chalmers so far standing 5th in class at 48.76 for him. We'll be looking to improve on that, but it's a time for 50.87, so no improvement from John Chalmers. No. Calvin Brown in the Force TA, currently sitting 4th in 1300 supercharged car. So this is, I believe, a Kawasaki engine at the back, and great run for him so far. He'll be looking to keep the car in one piece today, and then ready for tomorrow to attack the chrono and improve on those times.
Yeah, just watching Harry Pick come through loggerheads there, and the back end slipped out. Calvin Broad's done a 49.90. This track is slowing right down. All of these cars are over a second slower than their first time, so I'm not quite sure. It's gotten, the sun's gone down behind clouds. It has gotten quite chillier again, and the Pirelli tires don't like the cold. The front tires, if anybody's running them, they don't like the cold. They sort of lose grip if it gets too cold. So, but anyway, Harry's gone across the line with a 48.07. Right, so we've got Will Hall on the line, whose second time run stopped at the top of the hill at Hall Corner. So let's see what happens this time. He gets around it, no problem. In the Gould GL59 Judd engine car, it's a 4-liter Judd in the back of this thing, and he's looking to develop this car. He has been getting in the top 3 or 4 in the British Championship runoffs with this car, getting the problems out, so he's looking for preparing for a full attack next year, I believe. So I think he's going to be one of our challengers next year.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I had a great run so far this season, and constantly getting quicker and quicker in this car. Currently standing 5th in the championship with 143 points, just behind Alex Summers. And yeah, Will Hall at 44.96. Looks like he has improved actually on that position from his previous run. Paul Crute in the OMS 28 Jaguar, going through the second part of the hill. That livery is evocative of the F1 years of the early 2000s, where Jaguars was trying to get to the top rankings in Formula 1. 55.11 for Paul Crute.
Yeah, there you go. You got Terry Graves in the Gould DJXD, older version. 35.96 up to Cedar Straight, 100 miles an hour top of straight there. Through Fallow he goes. We've got Simon Andrews, who is having an internal battle with Bernard Kebbel over pride more than anything else, bragging rights, whatever you want to call it. So Terry Davis did a 50.36. And Terry Graves, so no improvement there over earlier, so again over second slower, and the same thing with Simon on the splits, just slower all the way around.
Simon in his OMS 28 powered by a V8 Alpiri engine. This is 2 Hayabusa's engine coupled together. And Jack Cottrell in the Dallara Cosworth, so this is a bit of hybrid with the F3 Dallara turbo at the front, and then the back is from the DJ Firestorm. This is the XD engine, V8 engine at the back. Jack almost had a little bit of moment.
He had to get out of the throttle in fallow, or he would have gone off. So he lost all sorts of time there.
Yeah, and also a great runner again this year is Dave Uren. Currently standing 8th in the championship with 79 points, 115 miles an hour for David Uren in this GR55B. And it was really competitive last time out in Prescott. So I'm looking, keeping an eye on it tomorrow. 45.32 for David Uren. And Matt Ryder, one of the young guns and probably a future champion, who's been getting quicker and quicker, snatching a runoff and winning runoff this season, and he's always very clean. Such a young and nice guy as well when you speak to him in the paddock.
199 miles. I don't think so. 119 miles an hour.
190 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. Matthew Ryder through the finish straight, 44.6.
He's actually improved on his time. That's the first one we've seen for a little bit. Right, Trevor Willis on the line, number 4 this year. He's one of the ones battling for a number for next year.
Yes, Trevor currently standing 6th in the championship, but he's got Sean Gould just behind him, so he'll be trying real hard probably a little bit down on power compared to Sean's W8 on the back of the car, but Trevor is always a great driver, and he'll be pushing his car tomorrow. It'll be making up for the handling, and you can see he's always a great driver. He's so clean, but he'll be pushing that car to the limit every single run.
Yeah, the only OMS chassis generally in the top 10, isn't it? Anyway, Trevor's coming up top there, 111 miles an hour. Not 11,000 miles an hour, 111. Up in the museum, circles it around. Did a 45.12 earlier. It's going to be a bit slower, 46.20. So no improvement there. Scott Moran, I believe he's going to be number 2 this year in the championship. Gave it a good old go, but just didn't have enough. Had a problem earlier in the year that made it, a problem. But anyway, here's Scott. Double duty this weekend. He's driving a rally car and the single-seater, and he's second in class in the rally car, and he's sort of leading the class in the single-seater. This is all practice. This is third practice. And he's flying up the top there, 120 miles an hour, so he's not hanging about there. And this is Scott's last weekend in this car for the foreseeable future, so he wants to go out with a trophy, etc. 44.44. And Alex Summers in the I want to get the point this weekend for his home-built car, the AFS P4T, into view now in Triangle.
Yes, Alex in this beautiful car again. Carlo, we were really lucky to see his first penalty.
Sorry, folks. A deer just ran right across in front of Alex. Like, seriously. And he's on the track right now. So
yeah.
Alex should be all right on his run, but we have a deer at the entrance to Keepers.
Yeah, that'll be a red flag, obviously.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the video.
I'd like to see Alex is on board of that one because he almost brought home dinner. That was seriously close. I'll give Alex credit for keeping his concentration. He did a 45.62. We've got a replay. You've got to see this. Just as he enters Keepers, you will just see slow motion there. The deer pops out by the flip-flops as Alex is entering the flip-flops, and it's not as close as it looks here on the slow motion, but you can see there's the deer and there's Alex, and it is staring him right in the face. That was I'll give Alex composure. He kept on it all the way to the top, but it's you got to see the highlight on this. This will make a highlight reel somewhere. But yeah, there's a deer right smack. I'd say it would be in Keepers. It'd be 3 flip-flops between them on driver's right entering Keepers. That's all there was.
Alex has been spending quite a bit of time making sure he gets all our HillClimb fans entertained.
Yeah, that's
on Instagram recently.
Yeah,
I'm sure this will be making its way online.
That's going to make a highlight reel somewhere.
There's going to be some good story from this one.
Yeah, I kind of overreacted, but they could see it on screen and we could see it live. So sorry about that. Didn't make anybody jump out of their seats, but it was like, whoa. Now, the problem we've got is that deer is in the ferns right now. We can't have any chance of it jumping out again. And this is a deer park, and the deer normally sort of stay away from the car. Sometimes they wander around the finish line after the fact because there's nothing around. But it right now is just in driver's right entering Keepers, and you can see on your screens, it's on the left side of your screen there, but they're actually now having a look to see if they can see the deer anywhere, because I don't know who had a bigger scare, the deer or Alex. So he's fine. He did a 45.6, so he's like, meh, I don't worry about things like that.
And the deer too.
And yeah, the deer did about a 2.6. So that's set a new record for that one. But I'm not sure he came off. He came off from the spectator side and came over the fence, I believe. It was a bit of a strange one. That.
Yeah, the deer ran back, and it was like, "Oops, sorry."
Oh, did he come out and he come up from that side and ran back again?
Yeah, he came towards us, towards Triangle, and then ran back into the bush.
Yeah, that was a heart stopper. Anyway, yeah, Richard will turn the volume off on that one and just stick that one on the old social interweb. But there you go. So we got it all happening here the day. We're just about to the end of today, and everybody's trying to stretch it out as long as we can, keep the entertainment going. So here we go. So we'll keep an eye on it, but so we've got a few more cars. There's the Tiga again on the line. Jamie, our chief marshal, is getting around today. He's going to make the 10,000 step count, I think. But or he's relieving one of the starters. He's chief marshal here, so he drops in and out of everywhere, making sure everybody's okay. So we'll get the Tiga started. Now remember, this Tiga in Joe Mackerel's hand, it had a bit of a bump, a bind, a grind, and all over the place. So Robin's got it. They've checked it over. Robin's got in the car, and he's going to go check it, give it a good shakedown, and check that everything's okay. So fired up. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, great to see the car running again. So hopefully we'll get to see it again tomorrow as well. So yeah, Robin is going to get up and running. He'll be looking at the lights.
Well, he's looking better. Joe did a 57.87. There we go. So this will be a shakedown for after the last run, so we'll see what happens here. It looks all right so far. Everything looks good. It looks like we've got Piers Tyne lining up with his Austin Cooper lawnmower, only from his first run. The second run, he did go up the hill. So I believe engine sounding a little rough. Doesn't sound like all four cylinders are actually doing four-cylinder things. Unless that's a French noise for I've got more power, I don't know. But
it's
anyway,
sounding a little bit rough, but
yeah. So Robin's hitting it up the hill. I think this is more of a shakedown just to get a feel, make sure the car's okay after the incident. Seems to be okay. He's going all the way to the top. We've got Piers Tyne in the Austin Cooper S. Beautiful applied. A engineer at McLaren during the day, so the detail on this car is just, well, it's insane. You got to have a look at it. If you're here on site, got to check this Mini out. But he's going quicker than he did earlier, which is a good sign. And then we've got Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X. And the X means it was actually the test mule and development car for all sorts of parts for the Formula One team. But it never raced in a race. There's always been a hill climb.
Brabham, he makes all the right noises. We've got Pierce going through the finish straight. For him, posting purple sectors all the way through, so 66.03.
Yeah, so that'll be an improvement.
And then Andy Tippett on the final run for today as the light comes down, getting towards golden hour now.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
For his here at Loton Park, up through the gears for Andy Tippett, 60.11.
Right. Okay, so the question is, do we have any more cars on the line? And just checking. We've got red flag out.
Yeah, so I believe there'll be the batch of the cars coming down, and it'll be end of the show, I believe, for today.
Yeah,
This was our last car.
Oh, no. We have a car on the line. We have a car on the line, so we're not done yet.
One more.
One more. Paddock looking awful empty, but all the cars are up the top. It'll look like rush hour traffic once they let the cars go. So we got, hang on a second.
Yeah. And then two more.
Okay.
We're having an encore.
We're having an encore. We're getting the cars back down. Maybe a double-driven car in there, and then we've got a couple more cars to go up the hill, and that'll be it. So we're just waiting there. You see the cars coming back down the hill now. So tomorrow We've got lots of interesting things going. We got championship battles in classes. We've got championship battle for the coveted top 10 numbers. We've got battles in classes. We've got runoffs all over the place. It's going to be a busy and exciting day tomorrow. We are going straight into timed runs. We are starting the morning with timed runs. That's it, folks. First car up is his first time run. So if you're going to catch us tomorrow, I think we're also going to have some varying weather, and that I think is also going to have a big old effect thing. So it is all to play for tomorrow. So please join us, HillClimb.TV, if you can. Put it on in the background, or actually pay it, catch it while you're doing all the chores. And I think it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. Chris and Soph are going to join us tomorrow, Ben, for extra commentary. And it's going to be the United Nations all over the place on the commentary side of things. But if you joined us today for the practice and everything, thank you very much. I want to thank everyone that subscribed to the channel. You guys are brilliant. Now can you go find 90,000 friends, because we want to get to 100,000. And but you never know. Someone tells someone who tells someone who tells someone who tells someone, and it just rolls on. So, but we thank you all for your support. And I can't think of anything else. But she's going to be. It's going to be busy, hectic, and absolutely entertaining tomorrow, I think.
Yes, Owen. I think the rain might play a little bit in.
You're not allowed to use that word.
First, well, I know.
Moisture in the air, maybe. But,
liquid sunshine, I like
liquid
to call
sunshine, okay.
I like to call it sometimes.
All right,
it looks like rain might play a little bit part. It might not be heavy downpour, just a little bit of a drizzle to annoy our competitors.
We like annoying our competitors, don't we?
Yeah. Here's an image that you don't get to see every day.
You've got one of the top British Championship runners and a classic mini, both coming down the hill toe to tail there. So only in hill climbing do you get this.
I think if the road would have been wider, the mini would have overtaken Alex.
So there's Alex, who didn't let the deer bother him, and then there's the mini, who didn't see any deer, so it didn't bother him. Right, there we go. That might be the last car. Signals up. And I'm starting to get a bit chilly myself in here. I took my fleece off, think I didn't need it. I'm down to, 3 layers? And I'm thinking, no, I need number 4 now. Brr.
Yeah, definitely. The sun is now coming down here on the hill, and we are in the shade, so we usually go from...
Yeah, I might close the door and try to use our breath to heat the shed. It's starting to get chilly in here.
Well, I think do that if you can.
Right, so what do we got going here? We got one car on the line ready to go. There should be another one somewhere. We'll see if another one comes out. I noticed that we didn't get the Martin Jones Brabham, the BT21. He didn't come out for his 3rd run. So he may have just thought, nah, not going to bother. So he's not running. So we need to check now. I think this might be the Colburns. Remember earlier they pushed Aaron Colburn back over off the line for some sort of issue. Well, they've got him on the line and they're going to let him go. So depending what it is. So obviously the issue wasn't necessarily their problem. So they're going to allow it to go. And we've got our cone monitor there. I believe this is Jamie's daughter. And she's been helping out in the paddock all day, keeping the competitors in line. They're a rowdy bunch down there. It is a tough job. It is like herding kittens or cats down in that paddock sometimes. But she's done a stellar job and is enjoying herself doing it. So yeah, anybody out there wants to get into marshalling, don't be afraid to ask. Whether it's circuit, rallying, hill climb, sprinting, or any other type of form, every event needs marshalling. Check out your local motor club if you're in the UK, or actually anywhere in the world. Check out your local motor club. In America, North America, you've got SCCA and NASA. Depends if you got a local track, but you've got auto solo or solos and auto solos, and solo competitions in America are quite very competitive and quite large. So you've got a lot going on there, and they all need marshals as well. So yeah, anywhere in the world, and you can start off doing like this young lady is here, and 10 years from now she could do marshalling at the Formula One race. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
You just don't know. You can do all sorts of stuff.
It's very much you have to start somewhere, and
I see another car coming
you'll get
up.
to sometimes to some of the top events, and yeah, you know, it's one of these things where I think if you're passionate enough and you want to invest a bit of your time, get close to the action. It's a great way, and it's a great social bunch as well. Yeah,
absolutely. So this is Aaron Colburn. Had a little bit of technical earlier. They're letting them go on the third run. Not sure what the rescue guys are cheering about, but they're a weird bunch over there. Anyway, off the line, Aaron goes. They're battling for. They want to make sure everything's good for tomorrow because he is competing with Tom Weaver for the under-25 championship in the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So it's quite the battle going on. So let's see how has Aaron been doing today there, Ben?
Yes, Aaron has been currently posting a 51.19. Andrew Corbin in the same car, 52.78. So winning the family battle in here. And yeah, he'll be going through the Cedar Straight and then towards the entry of Valley. So no problem on this run. Using quite a bit of the curb on the entry.
There's a bunch of them have been. Yeah, it's almost like they're cutting a corner.
And yeah, car that we have seen this season, 52.94.
Okay.
So I think that won't put him any further up in the ranking.
But that's a good shakedown for tomorrow. So whatever the issue was, you've got it sorted out.
Alex Coles will be our last runner today.
Now, Alex Coles, I'm trying to check this. Is this a different car?
Yeah, from memories,
I thought he was driving a red car. Okay, someone's playing something here. This is car. Who's normally in one car 126? Hold on, we got to do a little detective work here. Someone's been throwing us a curveball. So this is Kelvin Broad's Force T8. I wonder if there's been a problem with Alex, the Coles family car. So Alex has jumped into this car. So this is interesting. So if I'm right, this is why they're getting the extra practice, because he has to do one practice in a car and be able to compete tomorrow. So he's done a 51.15. So if my guesses are right, he's actually had to switch cars, and he's in Calvin Broad's car. So yeah. Interesting. There's a last-minute change of we'll need to get to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, some info some info gathering to do. Yeah. End of the running for everyone here today. Thank you everyone who has been making this event possible. Marshals, rescue teams, anyone in the office, the entirety of the club here running the event. Big thank you to everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Starting from 9.
Yeah, I'm guessing 9 o'clock, but I'm sure Rich is about to put the time up to confirm it. But it's going to be a long day today. Join us tomorrow. It's going to be exciting, and it's going to be interesting. So until then, it's goodbye from Ben, and it's goodbye from me. Until tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone.